theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. And a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey, so we are here a little bit late, but we are here to break down the season finale of Duster, and it's there's some exciting stuff going on here. Got some announcements to make regarding interviews that I did not think I could possibly get regarding Duster, and I was thrilled with this season finale. I mean, I had my criticisms of it, but I'm thrilled with it for a number of reasons. For one thing, Carl and I here, we actually made a theory together that was proven right in the end. So this is going to be a fun one to break down.
It's always good to be right.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it's a good feeling. It feels good to be right. It's fun to, you know, to be able to put together a theory and work hard on it and then see that actually pay off. And it's not like a lucky guess, like, oh, we just spoiled it for ourselves. No, I mean, we really put a lot of thought and effort into coming up with this theory on Joey, a theory that we spontaneously came up with at the tail end of our episode 5 live, and it was just an organic process that happened right here. It was right around the 2-hour 45-minute mark or so, or was it, no, was it 3 hour? No, it was, I think it was around the 2-hour 45-minute mark, because our lives have gotten shorter lately, and our live streams are shorter now. So we were talking, Carl, you brought up, how did you say it? How did you bring it up? I forget. You said,
well, I started making like some predictions, and then I thought maybe they would do that whole Nixon Elvis White House thing, which they might still do, but because of that famous picture, and then I forget how exactly it turned into that, to where you said, "Wait a minute, could it be that Joey's alive?" I think that's somehow I triggered your thought process.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Because I got thinking about you mentioned something about uh, the book that Saxton's son, what's his name, was
Oh,
reading,
that's
Royce.
right. Yeah, Terminal Man, right, from Michael Crichton.
Yeah, you mentioned the book that Saxton's son Royce was reading, and I said, "Yeah, oh yeah, The Terminal Man." And I was thinking back over that, and I remembered what I had looked up back at the time, when he was reading that book, getting over, recovering from his heart surgery. I looked up the Terminal Man, and I read that it was about the dangers of mind control. So back then, when I had seen that on a previous stream, I thought, and I said it on the stream, like, maybe there's some kind of MK Ultra situation going on in this show, some sort of CIA experiment involving mind control. But then we just kind of dropped it and moved on because there weren't any more breadcrumbs related to that. And then all of a sudden, we got talking about that again by the end of episode 5, and I thought, wait a minute, mind control. No, it can't be. You don't think Joey isn't alive. No, that's too far-fetched. That's too out there. But I said maybe if there's a mind control thing going on here, a mind control experiment, he could be he, like they could have faked his death because what other reason is there for the FBI to be covering up his death like this? They buried Breen's files. I mean, some of them were just went missing. Others Breen hid so that they wouldn't be destroyed. He coded them a different way and hid
Hmm.
them.
Hmm.
Others were just missing, and then they drugged him into oblivion. Why? Why the cover up? He was looking into Saxton's operation. And why was the police report falsified, saying that it was a propane tank explosion that killed Joey when the video footage showed that there was some explosion underneath the item? Then Nina went and found evidence showing that what was it?
Yeah, they found the report where in reality they found C4, not gas related, like a natural gas explosion or gas. I think it was natural gas they
Yeah,
blamed it on, right? Yeah, they
yeah,
found they
propane
found the
tank.
original report, and they also talked to that that piece of shit pedo cop who said, "Yeah, you FBI asked you to change your report. You changed your report."
Yeah. And then
Hmm.
they went and got a sample themselves from the actual vehicle. They went and got a sample and they had it tested and it was positive for C4, Nina and Awan. So why would the FBI? I was thinking about this on that episode 5 live stream. Once you got that you put that thought in my head again, reminded me of the book and the mind control related book. And I thought, well, maybe they've got Joey. Maybe they took him as a test subject. Because why are they covering up his death like this? They clearly were covering it up. And then you said maybe it's because Joey is. You took it a step further than and said maybe it's because Joey is Xavier.
Yeah.
Maybe they took him and he's Xavier.
Right,
And
exactly. Yeah,
yeah,
because I think the parallels, right? I mean, obviously we've been born out to be correct, but the parallels were no pictures of Joey as adult, no pictures or anyone looking at Xavier. And then there also was later on the whole, like, Joey puts people together. And then who else put people together? Xavier. So, yeah.
right, exactly.
Hmm.
Uh, Yeah, you had pointed out as we were talking that night, you pointed out like there were no pictures of Joey as an adult featured on the show, and then I said, yeah, that's odd because there's a picture of Saxton and Wade Ellis serving together in World War II, and there's no picture featured of Joey and Jim Ellis, as even though they served together in Vietnam. You would think they'd show that picture. Instead, they showed a picture of Wade with looking at a picture of the two of them as children, and we also saw a flashback to the two of them as children playing. So interesting. So you got me thinking about that. They never showed what Joey looked like as an adult. Xavier is this shadowy figure we never saw. Why was he constantly name dropped and we never see the guy? Xavier itself is such an odd name. It sounds like a name that they'd pick that's made up, doesn't it? Like
Yeah,
it
yeah.
sounds,
Like it's yeah. Who does anyone name their kid Xavier anymore? I mean, it's just it's like a superhero or a supervillain.
yeah. Like if someone were gonna make a fake name, choose a fake name with a new identity, Xavier, that fits the bill. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, all of these other clues and hints were pointing towards that. But we came up with this in the episode 5 live stream, and then it took me a long time before I finally got my theory video done. I had the theory fully formed, but within 10 minutes, I went from being uncertain about it to being sold on this theory. And I clipped that 10-minute piece of our live stream and made it into a standalone video uh, to show like this is what we were talking about a few weeks ago. Here's the theory, and this is how it came about organically live, which is so cool when that happens. This is one reason I love doing live streams like this. You spark ideas. People on the panel, sometimes people from the chat, cause ideas to get sparked that would not have been sparked otherwise by just bouncing ideas off of each other. I love that organic collaborative theory crafting process, and that was in real time in a 10-minute span. That happened. I clipped it, I made it into a video, and I didn't actually release it until last week. But yeah, that was from the episode 5 live stream, and from there I just went on collecting more evidence. I intended to put a video out that week, but I got delayed and delayed by life stuff, but ultimately I wound up creating an even better quality video because I just kept collecting more clues and evidence. Um, episode 7, the penultimate episode, had some really interesting little Easter eggs, little hints here and there, like um, Saxton reminiscing on his way to Vegas with Jim, saying that last time I went to Vegas, uh, I was with Joey, and we were meeting with these mobster. He was saying they were meeting with these mobsters. He was gonna invest in some hotels. Joey arranged everything, and he said your brother knew how to connect people.
Yeah.
That was a clue right there. Here they are once again on their way to Vegas, and Xavier has arranged some high level meetings for this Nixon recording to get passed along to himself. From they were bringing it to Howard Hughes, and then Howard Hughes was going to arrange for some guys to bring it to Xavier. Once again, Xavier knows how to connect people. Joey knew how to connect people too, as we just found out. Here they are going back to Vegas again, and it's just that was a to me that was a flashing uh bright red light in our faces, like this is a clue. Pay attention to this. And ultimately it turned out to be right. In the finale, at the near the very end, it was revealed that Joey is alive, and his real identity is Xavier, his new identity. Now, they did not say if he's involved in some kind of MK Ultra experiment, but that's part of my theory. Um, I do think that that's part of it, and I discussed in the theory video that I put out. Um, check it out, if by the way, if you haven't already. It's struggling a bit because it took me 3 weeks to get it done, and it's tough to get into the algorithm, but as a new person covering the show. But in the video, I talk about how MK Ultra was a real CIA experiment into using LSD and other drugs for purposes of mind control. And this was running from 1953 until 1972, which is the year that Duster takes place. So that's an interesting coincidence, or not such a coincidence. And the fact that they had Royce reading a book featured right in our faces on camera about the dangers of mind control. That's a classic thing that writers do. They plant Easter eggs in scenes in plain sight, reading material, things like that, um, as hints, thematic hints as to what's going on here, especially when there's a mystery element. So
Right.
I think it's highly likely that the government, the reason they covered up Joey's death is because they, you know, maybe put him into some kind of mind control program and he doesn't remember who he is. Uh, and yeah, I think that's highly likely, but at the very least, um, yeah, the main part of our theory was confirmed already, and that was a good feeling. Uh, I really enjoyed that whole process of coming up with a theory with you and watching it play out. It was so much fun. I just I was just freaking out that it was we were actually right uh on the first try. And this is a show I've never covered a show like this before. This yeah, like you have more knowledge about like this genre than I do. I haven't watched much
Hmm.
of anything related to mafia
Are,
elements, things like that.
are you
So
saying that I have more experience in crime?
no, in watching crime dramas,
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
in
it
crime
might be true
dramas.
both ways, but still.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not the show is not my typical area of expertise, uh I'm really happy with how it turned out. I thought the season was excellent. Um and your knowledge about this genre has really helped give me insight and spark ideas uh all along the way.
Mm,
So it's been a lot
mm,
of fun. I'm gonna miss covering this show.
right. Well, we just look
Um,
forward, fingers crossed, look forward to season two.
yes, hopefully hopefully we get a season two. There has been no announcement yet as to whether it's been renewed for season two. Hopefully it will be. And but I have some exciting announcements to make before we get into the breakdown, before I say hi to everybody. Um, we are gonna be interviewing two people for sure. Well, one for sure on the live stream. I don't know about the other one on the live stream for sure. Basically, I have three interviews confirmed. The first one is going to be tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be interviewing live on the stream. Now, I want to get his name correct this time. I want to make sure I get his name correct. Reavis Dorsey, right? Reavis
Yeah.
Dorsey. Um, we're going to be interviewing him. He plays Lyle, one of the henchmen of Saxton, who survives the gunfight in the finale. So we're doing a special live interview just for that purpose, and so everybody can bring their questions, and I'll highlight them in the chat. We'll ask him questions of our own, um, and he's really excited about it. I'm so psyched! I can't wait to do this interview with him. And so that's the first one. The second interview is going to be with Dan Tracy. Dan Tracy plays Agent Grant, the SOB who tried to take down Nina, who literally tried to take her out in the finale, and he got taken out instead. That asshole. What an amazing actor. He did a great job playing a villain. So I'm really excited that he agreed to do an interview. Um, now, stay tuned on when that's going to be, if it's going to be live. I'm hopeful that it could be live, but I'm waiting to hear back from his agent. It's going to be up to him. If he's willing to do it live and I have any choice, then we'll do it live and you'll be able to ask questions if that's the case. Everybody can ask questions. But we'll keep you posted on that. I'll announce it as soon as I find out when the interview is going to take place and if it will be live. The third interview is really the most mind-blowing. I can't even believe I'm saying this, but Keith David agreed to do an interview. His or his manager, whoever it is who's representing him, agreed to an interview with me. This one will be a short interview. It's going to be
Congratulations, Julie. Congratulations. And nobody
thank
deserves
you.
it better than you. And I want you to stop being surprised about it, because you shouldn't be surprised. You earned it.
Thank you. Thank thank you. I appreciate it. Uh, I'm in complete and utter shock, and just my mind is blown that I could actually that I actually have this opportunity. I feel really grateful for it and honored to be able to interview an actor of Keith David's stature. He's been in so many classic movies. I mean, The Thing is one of the best movies ever made. My God. The Thing. It's just unbelievable to me. And he was amazing in this show. I'm really bummed out that he got killed off. I was sad to see him go. I really wish they didn't need to take Saxton out uh in the finale like that. But I'll be doing an interview with him. It will be short. I was told it needs to be one-on-one, that it's that that's going to work best if it's one-on-one. So it'll just be me and him. It will be about 15 minutes long. It'll be part of a press junket, which honestly, 15 minutes is very generous for a press junket. Many press junket interviews are 5 minutes long. So I'm really fortunate to get 15 minutes with him. And that's going to be July 28th. I'll be recording that, and then they'll deliver the recording to me, and I'll be able to release it after that. So yeah, so Keith David, I'm glad that that's not happening right away, because I'm gonna need to really, even though it's only 15 minutes, I'm gonna really need to make sure I'm on my game and that I have a device that's fully functional, and I can make sure it goes as smoothly as possible, and I'm fully prepared for this very important 15 minutes. Anyway, so that's it for the announcements for now. I do have other bites for potential interviews. So if any other people agree, then I will make those announcements too. But there are several other actors from the show whose agents or managers have expressed interest in doing interviews. So there may be more coming. We'll keep you posted. But those are the ones that are definitely confirmed.
But that's
Reavis Dorsey and
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Mhm.
Reavis Dorsey tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern. Dan Tracy possibly this week. We'll let you know when and if it'll be live. And then Keith David, I'll be recording my interview with him on July 28th. What were you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say that's a big get, and once again, congratulations. And it's all because of you, and all because of the community you built, and obviously all the all we're standing on the shoulders of all the people watching right now too. All of your fans, who tune in, and we do this for them. And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. I just feel humbled and grateful to be able to do this. Seriously. And I should have said hi to the chat first. So let me just scroll down and 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 highlight some stuff before I scroll back up. Um, hey Critter, we love you too, Critter. Oh, you're so sweet. I am so beyond ecstatic for you getting these interviews, Keith David. I think that should say what? Yeah. Thank you, Critter. You're a sweetheart. Thank you so much. Thank you, Critter. Yes, Samuel. Keith freaking David. Keith David, indeed. Yes, Dieter. He said yes. Yes, he did. I didn't get a chance to even message Dieter. I found out just a little while ago via email that was confirmed not that long ago, and I was out. Then I had to get ready for the live. I didn't have a moment to even send a DM to anybody other than just I've been just fielding emails tonight back and forth um with
Connette,
Revis.
Connette, Jeanette, something like that was her name, I thought.
Yes,
Yeah.
Johnette. I've been so like back I've been sending emails back and forth with Johnette, it was Keith David's manager, um with Reavis about the interview tomorrow night, and also a few other people who were interested in doing interviews and
Mhm.
wanted some more information. So I've been doing that, getting ready for the stream tonight. But yeah, he said yes. He really did.
That's amazing.
Pretty pretty shocking. Uh,
Yeah. Well,
thank
we also gotta thank Dieter for doing some of the legwork on that for sure, for real. Dieter da
yes,
goat.
right? Oh my
Mhm.
God, yes. Thank you, Critter. Thank you. I've got to be nervous as hell. I'm going to be nervous as hell. Thank you for the encouragement. This is going to be by far the most pressure I'm going to ever feel that I've felt yet to date for an interview. With a strict time limit like that, and I'm long-winded. I got to make sure that I make every moment count and I ask the best possible questions and make the most of my time and be professional and not let my anxiety get the better of me. It's going to be um, but I know I can do it. I've got plenty of time to mentally prepare and get ready for this. I have 20 days before it happens. And thank you, Dieter, so much for reaching out to. So what I do is, Dieter is like kind of like my personal assistant, like my unpaid manager or personal assistant. So I write out all the emails myself. Um, so I write out an email request for an interview, and then Dieter gets the email addresses for me from IMDb Pro, and then he just pastes in the names and pastes in the email address and sends them out. Um, so it saves me a bunch of time. So I do all the writing and stuff, and he fills in the email address and sends it. So um and yeah, he helped with this, and I wouldn't have even thought I had a chance. I don't think I would have even asked Keith David because I wouldn't have thought he'd say yes. So thank you, dear. Yes, thank you for believing in me enough to think that I could actually land an interview like that, and encourage me to reach out to him and put it and get his email address and send it. Send the email that I wrote. Um, yeah. Anyway, let me scroll up. Let me scroll up and say hi to everybody before we break down the finale. Uh, so this was an early comment from Carl. The competition continues with the first and second theater. And let's see, scrolling down. Let me scroll down and get to the more recent comments here. JT Moore, hello, I can't wait to discuss tonight. Nice to see that enthusiasm. Really appreciate that. John the teacher. Yay, I'm so excited for this one. I'll be staying up to be here with you all. Love this community. Aw, until tonight. Very sweet. Thanks, Jen. Hope to see you if you're not already here. Um, let's see, Steve first. Well, not first, yes. Just the first to say first. The real question is, how much XP can I farm before the stream starts? I see Dieter has already gotten his head start, LOL, and I'm about to pull into the lead right about now. Ha, behold, your XP leader has returned. I had to update my photo to reflect the awesomeness of my name. Now that I figured out how the XP works, I'll be unstoppable. Wahaha. Steve, don't change. Okay, don't change and never leave us. You are hilarious. You are always so entertaining. This is less spectacular when you're by yourself and no one to rub it in their face. Well, you're rubbing it in folks' virtual faces, so there's that. But that's okay because I'm unstable. I mean, unstoppable. I just realized that Carl was actually the first one to say first. For some reason, earlier comments hadn't loaded in. Yes, indeed, Steve. but that's okay because I'm still the sovereign lord of XP. Also, China, China, China. Ugh, you are a riot. Dieter's like, Jesus, maybe this is a bit much. Steve says if by a bit much you mean never enough, then you're correct. 7K XP in 2 hours sounds like a new life goal to me. That's only possible if you buy super chats and super stickers, though. I'm trying to get my XP all natural that Julie isn't monetized yet. Yeah, I'm not gonna be, unfortunately, anytime soon. Personal reasons, that's all I'm gonna say, uh I have donations, for people who are so inclined. I do have um Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal links in my description of my video. For now, unfortunately, that's the only way to support other than, because I don't have super chats, I don't have memberships. Someone in the quality community had more than 7,000 XP after 2 hours. Jesus, that is insane. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. It's probably freaking Renee with her $500 super chats.
Yeah, that must have
Craziness.
been like super chat sponsored, right? To get that much XP.
It had to be. It had to be. I bet money that was Renee. Renee is the one who donates the craziest amounts of money over there. Amazing. Kelly. Hey, Kelly. She was way behind in the chat, even though the stream was nowhere near starting. Hey, with Alice. She said I'll try tuning in later. Top of the midnight, everyone, from Bill Chill. Oh, haven't seen the finale yet, said Miss J. Yeah, definitely would want to avoid this stream because then we're gonna spoil everything. But hey, Miss J, if you listen to this on the replay and check it out later. Let's see. Steve, yeah, the stream hasn't even started and he has more XP than in the last streams combined. Yeah. Uh, Steve, you are living the dream there. You are the top of the XP heap, I'm sure. Hey, Doc. Hi, fam. I haven't seen the show, but hubby loved the trailer, and I'm getting him HBO so he can watch it. Oh, nice. Awesome. So, yeah, well, hopefully he enjoys it and you might like it too. You might find you like it. I wound up really enjoying the show way more than I expected. To be honest, I went into this thinking that this show was going to be a nice light romp, a nice fluffy palate cleanser after the seriousness of shows like Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us. And flashy red cars racing down the road to 70s tunes and Josh Holloway eye candy and all that stuff. But this show has way more depth than I ever expected. It's got one hell of an interesting mystery and conspiracy to try and unravel that is still not explained. There's still so much that
Mm.
needs to be worked out and unraveled in season 2. So I really hope it gets renewed.
Yeah, it kind of crept up on us, the sort of the mystery, when we thought it was just maybe a simple who done it, but then you went all the way to the top. You went all the way to the Nixon White House.
I did not see that coming. That first shot that we saw, like the first indication that it went all the way to DC, that it went up that high was the shot of the cowboy on Capitol Hill. You see out the window, the last shot of the episode, that whatever that was the Capitol building in DC. Mhm.
Yeah, with Breen's the wife calling him.
Yep.
Mhm.
So we were like, oh, okay. So this thing runs way deeper than we even realized. Um, yeah. So this show has way more depth than I ever anticipated, and a lot more brain power is needed than I expected. So I think fans of other shows that this channel covers would really enjoy this show. If you enjoy teasing out a mystery, this has lots of mystery. It's just a different type of mystery. There's nothing supernatural about it, but it's definitely turning into a kind of mystery box situation. Um And yes, please like the stream. Like Doc said, it helps people find us. I'd really appreciate that if everybody could hit the like button. And what else? So yeah, Steve does have a cool new avatar. I love it. Uh don't feel bad about forgetting your earbuds, Dieter. It's okay. It happens. You do enough. You do enough for this channel. You could have an off night where you're not able to do as much. Don't worry about it. Muncher Muncher was saying it looked like Jim's face was plastered on Randall's body in the intro. Really? I'll have to look at that again. No worries, Dieter. Thank you for your help. Whatever you're able to do is totally fine. Bill was rocking out to the intro. Nice to see Bill chill. They turned Jade into Joe Goldberg from You. I gotta watch that show. Have you ever seen You, Carl?
No.
I've
What's
heard it's excellent.
that about? Yeah, what's that about?
It's something, I think it's something to do with a stalker, but I'm not 100% sure.
Oh,
Uh,
you like YOU? Okay.
yeah.
All right.
hmm I've
Yeah,
heard it's really good.
that sounds familiar. Yeah, maybe we should check it out.
Yeah, definitely. I think we should. It's on my list. It's on my very long list. Muncher said, Ayo, Carl, aka Thuggish Vehicle in the house. I don't think that looks like a thuggish vehicle. What kind of car is that?
That's Lexus GS 300.
I wouldn't really know what a thuggish vehicle looks like, to be honest. I have no idea. Is that a thuggish vehicle?
It's kind of a thuggish vehicle.
See, I have no clue. I wouldn't know. Know nothing about cars. Yeah. Well, Carl is really into cars, so yeah, this and it naturally fits with the theme of this show. So why not a car with Duster?
Well, right, exactly. That's what I was going for, anyways.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so it fits. Uh, we love you too, Dieter. Um, glad that this community has helped you so much, and you've helped me and us so much. Anyway, Bill said The Terminal Man, yes, by Michael Crichton, that book that Royce was reading. The story revolves around Harry Benson, a man with violent seizures who undergoes experimental brain surgery involving implanted electrodes. The surgery is initially successful, but Benson discovers he can trigger the pleasurable sensations himself, leading to a dangerous situation. The film and book explore themes of mind control, technological advancement, and the ethical implications of experimental medicine. Yeah, I think
Mm,
that could be an Easter egg for sure. That
mm,
a hint about maybe mind control experimentation going on, like
right,
MK Ultra situation kind of thing.
absolutely.
Muncher said, "Yeah, if I saw Carl's car outside my place, I'd hide the wife, hide the kids. That ish is aggressive." Well, okay.
Yeah,
Um,
make sure you guys like and subscribe, please. I don't have to. I don't want to have to pull up.
yeah. I'll just sick you on everyone. You'll be my attack dog if I need that. Yeah. Uh, no one is gonna, they'll have to go through you to get to me, right? So,
Exactly. Exactly.
um, so let's see. Steve said, what if Joey faked his death and changed his name to Xavier so he could start a school for gifted youths in Westchester? Q X-Men 97 theme.
Mhm. Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
something. Huh?
Huh?
I said that would be something. Maybe that's where all the mutants started, huh? MK Ultra, and then Xavier, and then that's all history. Maybe it'll tie into the Marvel universe.
Yeah, maybe you surprise little bridge to that. Um, Steve said, If homie is bald and in a wheelchair, things are gonna get hectic." Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's the reference to that. Is
It's
that a reference to?
the X-Men. Remember, the Professor Xavier is bald and in a wheelchair. So that would be the like if we get the reveal of Xavier and he's bald and in a wheelchair, then it's the beginning of the X-Men.
Oh, okay. You never saw. I see. I never saw that, so I wouldn't know.
Oh,
Um,
all right. You didn't see a movie? What? Get out of here.
yeah, shocking. I know. I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of Marvel movies, but I didn't see that one. Uh, Bill, Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters and Xavier School for Higher Learning. Laughing my fucking ass off. I see that Lexo equals I run. Black Bill said black car equals crime. He's giving me side eye.
Yeah.
Is this the Hot Wheels TV show? Yeah. I love that they use the toy cars in the intro. I do. I do love the toy car intro. It's I didn't play with, well, I had one brief weird little phase where one Christmas I asked for a Hot Wheels set. Uh, I don't know why, because I was a girly girl. That's the one boyish thing I ever asked for, and I barely even played with it. I don't know. I don't. It was a weird whim, but still, it's fun and nostalgic that they use the toy cars in the intro.
No,
Uh,
absolutely. Yeah. Well, and why do you think you asked for that?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what possessed me to do that because that was completely out of character for me. I never was into anything boyish. I loved dolls. I had a million Barbies and baby dolls and other dolls, and I loved girly girl stuff. I never wanted anything boyish, but one Christmas I randomly asked for this Hot Wheels like garage play set with like a little like a ramp that the car would slide down, you know?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. You didn't
yeah.
get that. You didn't ask for that one that had like a car wash. I remember there was one that had a car wash.
No, I never saw one like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Some
Did you
odd
have did you have like
quirk.
Barbies and stuff too?
I had loads and loads of Barbies. Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's
Yeah.
what you were thinking, huh? Ken needed like a cooler car or something.
I don't know. I don't know. Some weird quirk possessed me to want that one year for Christmas, and then that phase passed and I never revisited that. Um Steve said Duster is a great show, but it's on Max. Oh no, which means they likely won't renew it and they'll remove it from the platform so we can never watch it again, like Raised by
No,
Wolves.
blasphemy,
No,
blasphemy. No, no, no.
no, no, we can't even think that right now. I need more Duster. I need to find out what is going on with this conspiracy, and I
Mm.
want to meet Joey. One thing they really let us down on is that they didn't show us Joey in the flesh. They they treated the reveal like an afterthought. The biggest reveal at bombshell of the season. They just treated it like no big deal. They just dropped it on us casually in the final scene, and in not in a dramatic way at all. We didn't get to see Joey, so we really need a season two. We need to actually see this guy and see what is going on with this whole conspiracy. So I really hope it does get renewed.
Yeah,
Um,
or at least give us a movie to wrap it up or something. They can't just leave us hanging like that.
yeah, seriously. Uh, Critter, oh yeah, Critter, thank you so much again for that. Now I think I'm caught up with the to the point where I was talking about the interviews. Let me scroll down below that. Um, let's see. Get bread mafia.
Hmm. Yeah,
Um,
like Stevens was putting together some unlegendary League of Legends or something like that, and so maybe I could be the antagonist, and then I wrote in the chat that my henchmen would be called toasters.
nice. That's great. You joined his team of vigilantes, the League of Unlegendary Legends. That's great. Yes. In any case, it's better than our previous name, the loosely affiliated Guild of Sometimes Heroic Peoples, the Get Bread Mafia. Yeah, toasters. Toasters are the henchmen. Love it. Uh, Thank you, Dieter, for all your help with forwarding the emails for me to those actors. Thank you. And we will be covering starting next week. We will be covering the Institute. Forgot to mention that in the intro. In place of our usual lives on Monday nights for Duster, we will be starting to cover the brand new MGM Plus series, The Institute, which premieres this weekend. I believe it will be most likely premiering at midnight on the MGM Plus app. We don't know that for a fact yet. I have to double check. I have to look into it more, but they say that the premiere is Sunday the 13th, but typically they drop their shows at midnight. So that would be midnight Saturday night. We'll do a watch party as soon as it drops. It's executive produced and directed by Jack Bender of From, and it looks like it's got a whole lot of mystery and supernatural stuff to it. So I think fans of From are definitely going to be into it, and I'm excited to cover it. We'll do the Discord watch parties every Saturday night at midnight, if that is indeed the correct time. And on Mondays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, we're going to do live streams and break down each episode. I'll also do deep dive videos into each episode as well, something I have not done for a while, but I'll be doing that for this show. Anyway, Steve said, I hope Keith David looks like he's dropping it. Looks like he's dropping a deuce the whole time through the interview. Oh my God, Steve. Oh, you were too funny. Steve, yeah, with his funny facial expressions. Muncher said Julie giving Sean Evans a run for his money. Who's Sean Evans? Do you know who Sean Evans is, Carl?
No, I was hoping you wouldn't ask me. No, I don't know who that is.
Now I have to look up who Sean Evans is.
I'm assuming some kind of interview journalist or something.
It must be, yeah. And I'm also going to be covering Stranger Things at the end of this year. It starts at the end of November, and it's going to be released in sections on Netflix, 3 separate parts with breaks in between. That means it will not be bingeable from start to finish at once, which is great for me because I love that show and I want to be able to do live streams about it without everyone binging the entire thing first. So we're gonna do live streams for Stranger Things and try and see if we can get some interviews for that too. Sure, Julie, just skip over my first 1,000 comments. I think I read pretty much all of them, Steve, because they were hilarious.
Oh,
Next up, what?
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Julie. But I was just gonna say real quick, the Sean Evans, he's the one that does where the actors are eating all those hot wings and answering questions and stuff. I don't know if I've seen clips of that. Yeah. So
No, I
that's
haven't.
what they're talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you for that. I did not know. Uh, so that's a YouTuber, I'm guessing, then.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, anyway, next up, sorry, wait, hold on, my window almost closed. Next up, Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, like not in a million years. I would be, I wouldn't rule out Drake, but I would never want to interview him. Drake is the one who appears on live streamers, platforms. Kendrick would never. Kendrick hates doing interviews. Nobody could get him. He only did an interview when he pretty much was forced to because every Super Bowl halftime performer does an interview. So no, that's never gonna happen, no matter how big this channel or any side channel I create gets.
Never say never,
Uh,
Julie. Never say never.
when donkeys fly. Uh, let's see. Uh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, Dieter. Yes, he got IMDb Pro just for me, so that he can get the actor's agent's contact information. So thank you so much for doing that. Uh, I know I didn't have to read all your comments, Steve, but it was so funny. I read it because it was entertaining. It's Julie B interview dives. Yeah, this is a this is a lot of interviews for me in a short time here. I'm excited. I'm really excited. Intro dives and deep views.
I like that one. Hot dives.
Where did it say that?
Bill Chill, like one of the more recent.
Oh, okay. Nice. Peter said, I'm shaking. I'm just happy you got to do this. Together we could go to the top. Yeah. You were here from day one too. Uh, Dieter said, "Hey, from actors, we got Keith David. We've got Keith David. I'll send out emails again to the from actors with the links of the new interviews. Maybe now they say yes." Yeah, Keith David is a pretty big star. He's the biggest star that I've ever been able to get an interview booked with.
Mm.
Hey, Tony. Tony was here. Always trust the Don. I'll never steer you wrong. Well, you definitely didn't steer me wrong when you encouraged me to move forward with covering this show. That's for sure. What, Carl?
No, I'm sorry. Sorry. Clearing my throat. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't steer me wrong, Tony. I wasn't sure. I was kind of like, I want to cover Duster, but I don't know if people will like the show enough. It's a brand new show. It's a risk. And but I said I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it and see how it goes. And Tony said, uh, it's so great to get in on the ground floor of a show. You don't know if it's gonna take off or not, but if it does, and you get in early, then you can help build the fan base up, and you get that in, you get the YouTube algorithm to know you for that show early, and you're a step ahead of everybody else when the next season comes. And that's what happened with Tony and From. Tony's channel exploded with From. I mean, that he got in on the ground floor of that when hardly anybody was covering it. And yeah, so yeah, that was great advice. It definitely strengthened my conviction that I wanted to cover the show, and made me more confident about it. Because Tony's been doing this a long time. And Tony, by the way, I gave you a wrench in case you ever want to drop a link in this chat, just in case. Anybody who has a channel, I always mean to give you a wrench. I meant to do it before. So if you ever have anything you want to drop in the chat, you can now drop links. Um, anyway, so yes, You is about a serial stalker. We got to check that show out. I've heard it's great. Okay. I'm trying to catch up with the chat so we can get started breaking down the episode. Um, okay. Did Julie also like the Chucky doll? The Charles Lee Ray edition? No. No, I was too young when the My Buddy doll came out in the 80s. Uh by the time I was growing up, the that doll was not around anymore. Yes, The Institute is a Stephen King book too. That's right, Critter. Yep. I'm excited about that. I think it's going to be a really good show. It's very promising. MGM Plus sales are about to go up. Hell yeah. They're gonna get more the people that canceled after From are probably gonna subscribe again now. Fingers crossed the actress who plays Jasmine showing up at the Institute. Oh, that would be awesome. They've got two actors who have been on From. They've got Robert Joy and wait, and I think the actress who plays Jasmine is, if I'm not mistaken. Um, but I definitely know Robert Joy from who plays Henry is going to be on the Institute, which is really cool. He's an awesome actor, amazing, amazing actor. Uh, Interdives with Julie B, hot dives. Now I'm caught up with that. Yeah, Steve, if only. Now, no, are we getting Kendrick for Julie? I know a guy. Who do you know, Steve? Hook me up. He's a bit of a jackass with wings, but he can get us Kendrick. All right. Yeah, get us Kendrick. Also, China, China, China. Yes. China. The running joke continues. He's got 675 XP.
It must be
Damn.
working. Yeah.
Must be. Uh, Dieter said, Pandecolima, you are a natural. Yes, you are. Indeed. Um, hey,
Oh,
hey,
yeah,
Scarlet.
thanks. Hmm.
Sorry, what?
Oh, I was telling Dieter, thank you. Thanks for that.
Yeah. Um, Anyway, hey Scarlett. I think she's uh otherwise occupied at the moment. So she's that's why she's not with us, but nice to see you. Um so let's see. I'm gonna pull up my photos. They're not Everything is not quite where it normally is right now because I'm using an old laptop to stream, so bear with me a second. I've got to switch to my other. Okay, here we go. Here are my photos. The good news is now everything will move nice and fast because I'm on my old laptop at the moment. So, uh, wait a minute. This is not right. Okay, hold on. We may have a bit of a problem here. I was uploading all the photos while I was out walking, and it looks like not all of them uploaded, and I don't know why. What the heck? Okay, it's apparently because I closed the Chromebook, it stopped. It paused the
Oh,
download. That's okay. It's working again, so I can start. I can start, and the rest of the pictures will just keep getting added to the folder. I have 822 images for this one, which is more than usual, but I know that sounds crazy. That sounds like a lot, but I
it
blow
does
through
sound
them
like a
pretty
lot.
fast.
It does
But
sound
I
like
blow
a lot.
through them quickly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just have to find where the beginning is. Let's see. Because they're not in order here. Hold on. Um, where's the start? I always take them in sequential order. But it looks like,
Pause.
huh?
I said pause.
Pause for what?
That you always take them in sequential order.
Oh, yeah. Um, it says it's gonna take 25 minutes, but that's not true. That's bull. It's gonna be less time than that. Let's see. Let's see where it's at now. Okay, it's getting closer. For some reason, from it's going backwards. Instead of doing them from start to finish, it started with the end and it's going back toward the beginning. So I just have to wait until it's done, but it's
Oh,
almost there. It's almost there.
I guess we could. Yeah, we could act out the scenes, right?
Yeah, we could act out the scenes. Uh, what? It's okay if the photos didn't load, just have Carl act out the scenes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still working on getting them all. It's almost done. Okay, one more minute.
All right.
Uh, that's so annoying. Okay, got it. Done. All right. Now, Dieter said something about testing the Q&A function. Um, the Q&A function. So, like,
Yeah. What
because
is that again?
we could do that with interviews. So, but I don't know uh I don't know how it works. So like um yeah, I don't understand how Q&A works. Like I don't know what I would type. It says say something and then start Q&A. Like ask uh no, I don't think we could use the Q&A question for that.
Oh no.
No.
So we're gonna act out the scenes.
Um No, no, I have the photos, but I don't, I was gonna try and test the Q&A feature. What the hell? Why is it not letting me, oh, okay, never mind. Okay, so we got the start of the episode finally, and it's a flashback um to when Nina was a child in the 50s. Would this be the 50s, or what do you think? Like, I forget
I,
what the year said. I think it said the year, but
oh, did it? I think it's yeah, like late 50s, maybe early 60s. But it
yeah,
looks 50-ish to me, but I don't know. I'm no expert. Like the car she's in is like from the 50s.
yeah. Um, uh, hold on just a second.
Sure. Well, it looks like Bill saying that it's 1954. That's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, early 60s wardrobe. Right on. And yeah, like Stevens was saying, if you need me to, I have a pretty good drop in a deuce face that I could produce at some point. If you need me as a stand-in for Keith David on this show, I can do my Keith David impression. Was it the Franks or the Beans? There you go. That's end scene.
yeah. Um, so, anyway,
Yes, Julie. Yes.
so yeah, so we have Nina as a child, and she spots a man with a gun going into her father's shop. Um, and it's yeah, you know who it is even before you see the man's face, because he has Keith David's unmistakable voice.
Right.
It's pretty clear that they're using Keith David's voice, and he's threatening Nina's dad. Nina's dad had worked with Saxton and or been involved with him, and now he wants out. But you don't just get out of the mob. So uh so unfortunately, Saxton did wind up killing her father, or not himself, but he put out a hit on her father after this. And
Right.
and they did a really creepy thing here, which is they used AI to de-age Keith David, right? That's
Oh yeah,
AI Keith David.
that's him from like when he did the thing, when he did They Live. It was a
Yeah.
few pounds ago. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
A few pounds. Yeah, indeed. Like
Hmm.
uh and I think they did a good job. It's effective. It's very realistic, and they hyped it up by not showing his face for a while, but you just hear his voice. At first I was thinking they weren't going to show his face at all, just because of the age factor, and instead of hiring a younger actor, just don't show his face and use his voice. But with the magic of AI, here's
Hmm.
Keith David, and
Yeah,
people
they pulled it off. It looks good.
creepily offering Nina a lollipop before he leaves, just chilling. Like he acts like this warm and fuzzy guy, and he does this to this day. That he's uh like a big teddy bear. He has a sweet, lovable side, but he's a stone cold killer at the same time. That's just that's just his nature as a mob boss. This is how it is. So He can be charming, but he can also take your head off if you look at him wrong. If you don't like he didn't like the way some guy smiled, so he took him out once. That's the kind of guy he is. So
Mm-hmm.
truly sinister, actually. Just the fact that he can be that charming and you know what he's actually capable of. Uh, we then see her father giving her this locket that she's been wearing in the present day, and like it was special to her to the point where she left it with Awan when she went undercover as a Russian interpreter for Saxton in case anything happened to her, to give it to her mother. Now we find out why it's special to her, because her dad gave it to her and his picture is inside of it. Really touching, sweet moment. Sad knowing what happened to her father. And then, of course, we cut to the present, and Nina is held captive by Billy, chained up, having been exposed as a Fed in the previous episode. And Billy inadvertently saved her life, um, because there was someone else out to kill her. Agent Grant from the FBI. He was told to kill her by the cowboy in the previous episode, and he was waiting at her house with a gun inside her house. And instead of that, Billy chloroformed her, abducted her, and she is chained up in this what is this, an old warehouse?
Yeah, something like that. I think that's it's either a warehouse or like some kind of like power station or something.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that, and what is he doing here? Is he taking off his rings? I wasn't sure what he was doing here.
Yeah. Yeah. He was like taking off his jewelry. Like his
Taking off
ring,
his jewelry,
yeah, his rings and his like his chain around his neck. Because I guess he was about
and
to throw down with he's gonna beat her up or something. I don't know.
yeah, see, like, look at this. He's making a show of it. Taking off his chain,
Mm-hmm.
like like he's got to take off his jewelry to beat up a little woman. It's like it's
Right.
weird,
Right. Right.
but honestly, I've always thought this guy is a total clown. Like this character, not the actor. In case, who knows? I might even who knows if we can get an interview with him. But
Right. Right.
um, always have to separate the character from the actor. This character is a total clown, and I think he's supposed to be. He's played that way. He's he's just not even remotely menacing to me. He's not threatening. He's just it's kind of like goofy the way that he acts. Like he acts like this big, scary, tough guy, but to me, it comes off as kind of comical. I don't know. What about what do you think?
Yeah, that's how it's being played up. Like in this dude's mind, he's a fucking badass. But obviously, we're watching the straight clown show over here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And just
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
just like the comical length of the barrel of his gun, it's comically long, right?
Right. Exactly. It's sort of compensating for his lack of real toughness.
Exactly. That's how I feel about it. And so he kind of throws his weight around like a goofball, trying to intimidate her. And to me, I just found it ridiculous. Like he throws his at one point, then he like throws his chair against the wall, and then this part really is awful though. He puts a towel over her face, pours a bucket of water over her head. That's torture.
Right.
It's
Waterboarding is what he's doing. Yeah.
waterboarding. It makes the victim feel like they can't breathe and they're drowning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So he may be a clown, but this is actually serious shit then that he's doing. And he does serious shit anyway. I mean, early in the season, in the first episode, he Jim drove him to somebody's house and he beat some guy in the head with a baseball bat. It was bleeding and everything. Yeah. So I mean, he does serious shit, but he's just such a clown about the way he does it. Um. So
Yeah.
this was sorry. Were you gonna add anything?
No, 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 no. You called it. He's a major clown show.
Right. So this was the addition to the opening credits of this episode. Every episode seems to have almost every episode seemed to have a new addition. This one, I believe this was new. This was the what do you call this? I
It's
forget.
a reel to reel. It's a audio tape, but yeah, a reel to reel recording. Yeah, or recorder or player. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, gotcha. Um,
Hmm.
and they, of course, this is because they're highlighting the Nixon tape now. That's
Yep.
uh that's that's been lifted, that's been stolen by Greek Sal's people. And it's got little cars all around it. I don't know why there are a bunch of white cars on top of it, on top of
I
the reels, but
I think for whatever reason those are like police cars. It looks like. You see how they got like numbers on top? I think they're all police
yeah.
cars. Hmm.
And then there's the Duster and I think that's Nina's car
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. I'm sure that represents Nina and Awan. Part of the investigation or part of the struggle's real out there for them.
Exactly, yeah. And this is something that you pointed out, which is very odd.
Mm,
Even though almost everything in the opening credits was foreshadowing something that actually happened in the show,
hmm.
this never happened. We never got a car chase with helicopters following them with news crews or something.
Right.
That
Right.
never happened. We also never got an explosion here at Snowbird.
Yeah.
So
And like
odd.
I was telling you, maybe it was written to have, maybe a couple more episodes, and maybe, you know, the first two episodes of season two will have those things, whereas they may have originally been in the first season. That's what I'm thinking. It almost feels like it got kind of like, sort of cut off. I know HBO and shows sometimes do that. Who knows? There's more speculation on my part.
Right. Yeah, I really think that you're you may very well be right about that because HBO, this wouldn't be the first time that HBO did something like this. Uh, Last year, House of the Dragon uh, really disappointed a lot of fans, and after the season ended, it was revealed that the season was supposed to be longer, if I'm not mistaken, and HBO cut it off, so that resulted in a very underwhelming end to the season. This may well have happened with this episode, and we'll get into this later as we get to the ending and why it feels as we go through it. Like we'll point out why this feels rushed. This doesn't really make sense. It just feels like this season, like you said, was supposed to be longer, and HBO cut it off. They cut off the number of episodes that they were supposed to get, and as a result, the writers had to scramble and quickly tack on a reveal that Joey is alive and he's actually Xavier at the very end. As it was treated like an afterthought, the biggest bombshell of the whole season, the reveal of the main storyline of the whole thing, the payoff was treated like an afterthought. And I just don't understand that. And it really didn't feel like this didn't feel like a finale to me. This felt like it was a good episode. It was impressive. Major things happened. We had two deaths, including one major death, no, three deaths of significant characters, including one major death, Saxton. Um, Billy dies, um, Agent Grant dies,
Hmm.
but it just didn't feel like enough when this season is about so much more than those guys. It didn't feel
Right.
like enough. That like this season is about, I mean, this show is about a much larger conspiracy and this mystery regarding Xavier and Joey. It's so that's really at the heart of it all. Jim's quest to find out the truth about what happened to his brother. And at the end, when he finds out his brother's alive and he's Xavier, there's so little reaction to it. So yeah, maybe they cut it short, but we'll get into that more when we get to that point. Uh,
Right. It definitely feels that way, and let's hope that let's hope that they, get us back in season two, and then we'll have maybe season two for Duster will be fucking bananas. You know what I mean?
yeah. I hope so. I hope so. It seems like they're using this Joey and Xavier storyline. It's very a slow burn. Um, but okay, if you're gonna make it slow burn, you could still have made that reveal more impactful and exciting at the end of this finale instead of treating it so casually. That was the issue I had with it, but
Hmm.
I think that season two would be amazing as they delve deeper into this conspiracy. Um, so I really hope they get the chance to continue the story. And let's see. So, uh, hey, JT Moore is here. A dry drowning slash waterboarding. Yes, indeed. Um,
Yeah, I think it gives the person the sensation that they're drowning when they actually are not, and then obviously they want to do whatever it takes to not feel that way. Thus, the why it's used as a, you know, or why it was so effective as a torture technique to get out information.
yeah. Um, uh, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, that was pretty wild. Brandon, I saw Brandon in the chat here somewhere, and I'm trying to find what Brandon said. Uh, let's see, where are you, Brandon? I'm looking. Brandon, sorry. Brandon said, "I've been listening to y'all, and I'm glad I'm part of this community. Been in hospital since May. Oh my God. Dieter, Julie, Scarlett, everyone. I had you guys on my mind and in my heart, which gave out on me. Oh my God, Brandon. Wow. Um, I'm so sorry to hear that. Wow. Doing much better. Recovery is a process. I am so sorry to hear that you've been ill and in the hospital and struggling so much. We were wondering. I've wondered what happened to you. Because you hadn't been around in a long time. I'm glad that you're on the road to recovery. Um, I'm really glad. That's great to hear. I really hope you continue to do better and better and sending healing vibes and positive thoughts and prayers your way, man. We miss you. Hope that you can come back and join us and in the chat and hang out again soon. And call into the panel again when we do call-ins, which is not every time, of course, um but yeah, feel better. It's great to hear from you. We were wondering, I've been wondering what happened. um yeah, a lot of us go through all kinds of stuff. Yeah, you have no idea what someone's actually dealing with in their life. So that's why everyone should just be kind to each other. Just be kind. You never know what kind of burden someone is bearing. And I'm just kind of scrolling through the chat here. Oh, Brandon also said, "Hello, family. I've missed everyone." Oh, we missed you too. Hope you can show up and join us again more and more as you're starting to feel better and lots of healing going on for you, hopefully. Let's see. Gotta sleep. Love you, Julie. Oh, we love you too, Critter. Keith David impressions. Ah, you're a sweetheart. Belated good night to Critter. And let's see. Well, please hit the like button, by the way. Please hit the like button. And her mama smiled back. Oh yeah, Sax also used to also like to smile at her mama. Yeah, her mama smiled back indeed. Um, let's see. Bill Chill said, "Yeah, Pandecolima knows all about taking off those rings before torture. Panda Corleone."
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
You got some experience with that?
I
Speaking
mean,
from experience?
you got to do what you got to do sometimes. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said, if you know, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, Dieter, I'm so glad that your son is almost healed from the hip infection. And What in the world? Okay, TMI a little bit. I wouldn't have highlighted that if I had read the whole thing first, but I'm glad that you're doing better, Dieter. But sometimes there are certain things you can hold back a little bit. Oh my God. Okay. Um, anyway, he's like, I miss you so much. Brandon said, I miss you so much. I can't talk for now, but I'm here. Miss you too, Brandon. Miss you too. And just glad you're here listening. Anyway, so back to the breakdown here. My pain is, by the way, guys, my pain is starting to spike already, doing particularly rough tonight, so I'm gonna try not to be as long-winded as usual and just get through this breakdown. And I feel the need to continue to keep the panel small. That's why I'm not adding anybody else, because my pain is pretty bad. And so the more people are on the panel, the harder it is to get through the breakdown. So just FYI, I'm not trying to exclude anybody. I'm not trying to exclude anybody at all or hurt anybody's feelings, but I got to take care of myself first and foremost. And every additional person added to the panel means more time inevitably that we would be spending on here. And I'm in a lot of pain, so I just need to keep it to the two of us tonight. Just keep it to who's already here. So I hope everyone can understand that. Um, and when this is done, like we're gonna get this done in a reasonable amount of time, and then I'm gonna go take care of myself because I have to start taking better care of my physical health. Um, so getting back to the episode,
Yeah, we just
we
to touch on that, Julie. We got your back. You got it. You got this.
yeah, thank you, Carl.
Mhm.
So so Carl, this is funny. So this finally came back. Uh, I was wondering when these pictures were gonna come into play. These those scandalous pictures. Um, so they finally have a use for it. Jim shows up and gives them to Izzy to use as blackmail against the union leader, which is so messed up in so many ways. But anyway, they drugged him and Jim and that blonde got him in bed and made it look like he's screwing around, and they can blackmail him so that he'll keep his wife from finding out. She'll think he was cheating on him. And Izzy wants better protections from the union for women. So yeah, so he gives that to her. They have this almost kiss, which is, pretty predictable, to be honest. Uh, it's pretty awkward too, considering the fact that how can she almost kiss this guy and forget that her boyfriend is literally in the next room and could walk out at any time, which he does at that very moment. Um, it's just ridiculous. Uh,
That's the power of Josh. I think is what was happening there.
the power of Josh Holloway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just forgets everybody else that exists. Yeah. Jesse, Super Chat does exist. Uh, you're not old. Super Chat exists. I just don't have the ability to enable Super Chats. My channel is not monetized. Unfortunately, for personal reasons, I'm not monetizing the channel. I can't monetize the channel. However, I do have other ways to donate for anyone who wishes to donate. In my description of every live stream and video, I have for people in the US, I have Cashapp and Venmo. For people outside the US, oh, I also have Buy Me a Coffee. That's a new one, but I haven't added it yet to the description. And for people outside the US, I have a PayPal that Dieter set up in his name, but it all goes right now, it's all going toward expenses for like my laptop or which I use for the channel or my treadmill, my new treadmill. So just FYI, that's why I don't have super chats. Um, the heart wants what it wants. Yeah, Izzy definitely wants Jim. So, but she's like, I guess she wants Jim, but she doesn't want to put her daughter at risk by. What I find kind of ridiculous is she doesn't mind letting her daughter with Jim, their daughter, drive around, cruise around with him on mob jobs, and literally like going with him to pick up an illegally acquired heart, shit like that. That's okay, but she can't be in a relationship with him. If she's gonna do that, she might as well just date him. Dump the zero and get with the hero who she actually wants. Because clearly this is who she wants. It's obvious. I mean, they have loads of chemistry. They're constantly like giving each other these looks, and I mean, it couldn't be more clear. So I don't know. But whatever, for whatever reason, she's with the admittedly buff dorky guy, though, I will say. But the stereotypical dorky guy, what, some of my pictures came up screwed up. What the heck? Hold on. What is going on? Or they're just not loading for some reason. Is my internet slow? What's going on? Sorry, it's blurry. Why is it? Let me just reload it. See, I want to do this in a reasonable amount of time, but now my technology is going to fail me. That looks better. All right. Now we should be good. So yeah, he comes out and busts up their little almost kiss moment. And I'm not really, I don't really recall like what exactly was being said there that made Jim look surprised, but I don't know. I don't think it was that important of a scene. So we can just move on. So then you got Awan and the boss man here, and I always forget her name. This
Isn't
I
it
call
something
her
real? Yeah, I think it's something real normal, like Jennifer or Jessica. One of those two names.
yeah, I think
Mhm.
it's Jessica. Jessica. She's been helping this whole time. She's been one of the only people in the office helping Awan and Nina get files and evidence that they need. She's got a call for Awan, and it's from Jim out at a payphone. He tells them that his cover has been blown and so is Nina's, so he's warning them that she's in trouble.
Oh,
Also,
mhm.
I think just before that, Awan had told the boss that Nina hasn't shown up for work and he's worried about her.
Right, and
Sorry, what?
I think Bill was saying that that the new boyfriend, that Izzy's boyfriend, was saying something that told Jim that Nina's cover had been blown, and then that's why
Oh,
he went and got on the phone with Awan.
okay. Okay. Yeah. I think because he's a cop, I think he had some kind of information, something related to that because he's a cop. I just don't remember how he knew,
Oh,
but
wait a minute. No, what it was is, now I remember. Thanks, Bill Chill. Thank you for saying cop, because what it is he's remember, he's in the hospital. He's an oncologist or something, and he heard that that cop woke up from his coma and spoke to Billy, and then that's when Jim knew. Oh crap, her cover's blown, because that guy knows that he was working with her as a Fed. So that cop came out of the coma, and he knew right away. Let me tell her partner that her cover's blown.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's how he found out. So
Right.
okay. Yeah, thank you for that, filling in my memory on that one. Yeah, Ven App and Cashmo. Uh Selena Gomez. Is that a song by Selena Gomez?
The heart wants what it wants. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Anyway,
I know
new
me knowing
boyfriend.
that doesn't match my car, but I do know that song. Sorry.
Yeah, I was like, wait, how do you know a Selena Gomez song? Yeah, that was weird for me. Anyway, you have an interesting amalgamation of knowledge
Yeah.
given your
Yeah.
background.
I have a sensitive side. I feel bad after I take my rings off and do what I got to do.
Yeah, you do. I believe you do. Yes. Maybe shed a manly tear over it. Um, so
Yeah. Manly tear. Is that a euphemism for something?
Is it? I don't know. It wasn't meant to be, but um, Jessica was the daughter on Medium. Oh, was she really? Was she really? I actually have reached. This is one of the actors on the show who I have reached out to possibly do an interview, by the way, and currently talking to her agent about it. Her agent had a few questions for me, so hopefully we can work it out. And if she likes what she hears, she basically I gave her agent all the information about how this would work. She's passing that information along to this actress, and if she says yes, then we'll be a go. So I'll keep you posted on that. I've really enjoyed her to this season, actually. Like I started off just like, giggling over how much she looks like Jan Brady from the Brady Bunch. Early in the season, she had on either side of that hairdo, she had a curly Q hair, a piece of hair that was curled, just like Jan Brady. Now she's got the same hairdo, just no curls, and it looked exactly like Jan. She's super cute, and I find her so quirky and fun. I've really enjoyed like how her character has progressed. She's a small role, but it's memorable regardless. Her Sanka thing when she was pouring the Sanka into her drink and just weird little quirks like that. There's just something offbeat about her that I like. So we'll keep you posted if I'm able to figure out the details and can do an interview with her as well. Let's see. Don't tell the goons Pandecolima about the Selena Gomez songs. The toasters won't respect that.
Yeah, I think they'll turn on me.
Oh my God. Yeah. So anyway, moving on. So so yeah, they're both really scared. They've been a really sweet team, the three of them. Like she's been helping Awan and Nina all season long, and they really have come to care about each other genuinely. They look at each other with this genuine fear, knowing that Nina is in serious danger now, um, and she hasn't shown up to work. She's not like her, so she's probably been nabbed by Saxton's people, and they hug each other. She's got tears in her eyes, so and they're right to be scared. Saxton rolls up to where Nina's being held, um, and he comes in and questions her. Uh, sits down with his usual stank face on, um, and and they talk. The way that he twists his face, he
Yeah,
always
it's
got that.
definitely sort of deuce inducing.
It is. Yep. No, he's questioning her, and she's handcuffed. She's handcuffed to this pipe. Now, why is it doing this again? I'm sorry. It's being weird again. Okay. He stands over her and just kind of tries to intimidate her. Um, and like, she accuses him of killing her father. She's like, "You still don't know who I am, do you?" Um, and she tells him who her father was. Um, now, Carl, if I'm remembering this correct, right? Um, does he deny killing her father? Does he say he didn't kill her father?
No, no. He said something to the effect your dad knew what he was doing and what he was getting into, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what I thought.
Hmm.
Yeah. He doesn't deny it. He
Yeah,
says your dad knew what he was getting into. And I think that's what he's saying right here.
yeah.
Your
He
dad knew what he was getting.
basically owned it. Yeah.
Yeah. So he doesn't even deny it. He doesn't try to deny it. And it's a really great acting performance by both of them. She's got tears in her eyes. He's really intense in this moment. He can go from being jovial and silly and cuddly to being really intense and scary. Just you know, with a this guy's face. Just at a moment's notice. So now finally
Yeah.
this goes back to bite him, huh?
No, it finally paid off. The what we saw, what was that, episode 1 or 2 or something?
I think it may have been all the way back in episode one. A lot happened in episode one. There was a lot packed into that one episode.
Mm,
It may have been all the way back in episode one, and if not one, then two. And yeah, they finally paid it off. So he's being blackmailed by Izzy now with these photos. She's, pointing out the photo of his wife here and real smug about it, in this cool 70s outfit she's wearing. I love it.
uh-huh.
Uh, and he tries ripping up the photos, but she's not going to be that stupid to hand him the only copies of the photos. Of course, she's got more copies. And yeah, if you don't want your wife to find out, then you need to make some changes. So full blackmail mode. Then we're back to more Saxton and Nina talking it through. Um,
Mm. So I think that basically wrapped up the union story, right? Like she's gonna leverage that to get what all the union members need. So that storyline is done. I think, right? That was the end of that.
yeah, that was the end of that. It's over. Yeah, she got what she wanted. She's gonna get what she wanted now. Um, and this is just more Saxton and Nina facing off. Um, and then we had, let's see. I think I have a few duplicates in here. No, maybe not. They just keep cutting back and forth between outside and inside. Now the duster rolls up. Jim just couldn't stay away. Uh, of course, he rolls in to be the big hero. He couldn't let Nina just you know stay in that situation alone and get killed. He knew she was going to be as good as dead. So uh, he's that classic trope, the roguish gangster with a heart of gold. He's a part of the mob, but he he's got a good heart. He doesn't want to see her get hurt, so he shows up to help, knowing that he could get himself killed in the process. Uh, Billy points his comically long gun at him, uh, definitely compensating for something. And Jim knew exactly what he was doing. He immediately is taken at gunpoint. Uh, of course, he
That
knew that was going to happen.
that shot
Um,
was funny. That shot was funny, Julie. When that screenshot you got where he's holding it, it looks redonkulous.
which one?
Where that Billy character is holding that pistol, right?
Yeah,
It's definitely right there. That one. That's definitely compensating. Look at that. That's ridiculous.
I know, right?
Mm,
Seriously, it's ridiculous. It's definitely played for comic effect. Uh, I really, I honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I have hated this character, but we're supposed to hate him. We're supposed to think he's ridiculous and he's an asshole and he's sadistic. He enjoys beating the shit out of people. So, but at the same time, he is so fun to hate and comical that I'll kind of miss him, because he didn't make it out of
mm.
this episode alive.
Yeah. Spoiler.
Spoiler for the end of the episode, he does not make it out alive. Shot right through the eyeball. Uh,
Yeah. Couldn't have
he,
happened to a better character.
I know, right? Couldn't really shed a lot of tears for that guy. Uh, he takes Jim in, and Saxton is basically just asking him, like, what are you doing here? Like, you knew what would happen. You knew uh that I could just kill you right now. Why would you show up here? And he tells him that his father his father Wade is with Genesis right now, Saxton's daughter.
Hmm.
So that's his Hail Mary play that he's doing right here.
Yeah, that's his leverage in that moment. It's like, okay, you're gonna take me out. Well, what about your daughter?
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Because here it is. Here this is like, okay, is if Saxton takes out Wade's son, then Wade will take out Saxton's daughter. Um, and and how tragic that would be in both cases, that Wade and Saxton have been best friends for ages. They've been very close. They served together in World War II, and they're going to take out each other's kids. Make no mistake, Saxton is ruthless, and he was capable of taking Jim out. He was going to do it. I mean, he was
Hmm.
close to doing it in this episode. So,
I'm sure the way he looks at it is like he may not like it, but he has to do it. You know.
yeah. I enjoy that like that smug look on Jim's face, knowing like he's got one over on Saxton. Jim has always been just the driver, just the getaway guy, never privy to high level information until recently, and always underestimated. Joey was the one out of the two of them. Joey was the respected one. Joey was being groomed to be Saxon's second in command, and and his father also favored Joey over Jim. His father like praised the hell out of Joey and underestimated Jim, and now Jim is getting his chance to shine, and he's pulled one over on Saxton. He's showing what he's capable of, and he's looking in. Look, Saxton is looking like, oh yeah, he wasn't expecting this chess move. Like,
Hmm.
okay, uh he looks genuinely surprised. Like, look at that face.
Right. He's like, oh, it's like that. You know.
Yeah. And there's Wade with Genesis, Saxton's daughter, looking beautiful, I might add. I love her look in this episode. I love the way they did her hair in this one, her outfit. I mean, all of the outfits have been amazing, the wardrobe in this show, but yeah, beautiful, beautiful look on this actress.
Every episode
And
he has like a different hairdo.
yeah, she has had so many transformations. There have been times I didn't know who she was because her hairstyle had changed so radically. I thought she was somebody else. Um, yeah.
Hmm.
She's actually the actress who plays Genesis. I believe she's one of the people we've reached out to potentially try an interview. So we'll see what happens with that. Um, that one is still up in the air. She and Wade are having a conversation, and little does she know that she's in actual jeopardy. He's got his gun on him, but she thinks that he's just there to catch up. He hasn't been there in a while to the bar, and they're just chit-chatting. They're like family. The Ellis men and the Saxton mob mob syndicate, they're like family. They treat each other like family. They always have. So she just thinks it's kind of like extended family catching up, and he's got his weapon there ready to go. I have to wonder. It's hard to imagine him really carrying it through, like actually following through on this, but it looks like he really was going to do it, though. We'll get to that. Um,
Well, I think if it was like his son's about to get shot, then I think he would have. It
I
would have
think
came down to that.
yeah, I think he would have. This is the mob we're talking about. Wade used to be part of the mob, and while they may treat each other like family, at the end of the day, like they can be ruthless killers if they need to be, if they feel they need to be to protect their closest loved ones or their interests. They chain Jim up right behind her, and she's really pissed at him, saying, I went through so much to keep you out of this, and you had to stick your nose in here. Like, she's mad that he showed up to help her initially because he hasn't filled her in yet on his leverage. So she's pissed off rather than grateful at first. Um, Genesis gets a phone call from her dad. Um, and yeah, he puts Wade on the phone, and Wade, just kind of plays it cool. He can't obviously outright express threats with Genesis standing right there. But, you know, and it's so innocuous with his smile and his twinkling eyes, but he means business. And he tells Saxton that he better get a phone call from his son. I think by 5 p.m. was the deadline or something like that. Um,
Hmm.
that if he doesn't get that phone call from Jim, he implies, he's taking Genesis out. He does it in a subtle way. Yeah, he better get that call. And he puts his hand on his gun just to kind of remind us what's going to happen here. Then we have the cowboy getting a phone call. There are a lot of phone calls in this episode. We got a lot of people on the phone. This whole season, actually, there have been a lot of phone calls between various people at different levels of the conspiracy and the crime syndicate. Often really surprising phone calls, revealing ties that we didn't know existed. And in this one, this is a real shocker. I mean, not a shocker. I was expecting that the cowboy was probably in on the conspiracy, but this is a big reveal showing the cowboy calling Saxton.
Yeah,
So
it was a big reveal, and kind of same thing. It just sort of like without any buildup, it was like, "Hey, yo, what's up, cowboy? How you doing?" You know?
yeah, it was completely casual. It's like, hey, yeah, how you doing? It was essentially that was the tone.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, hey, Saxton, like, so it's clear they make it obvious through the subtext of that this is not their first phone call. Clearly, they've been in touch. They are friendly. They're on friendly terms, and yeah, so they fill each other in on what's going on here, and basically Saxton says that he's got a Fed here, and he cannot have Fed blood on his hands. So Cowboy needs to do something about it, take care of it. Um, so so what this means, the fact that they have this connection, this reveals that Saxton has been working with the government, right? So we don't know. The cowboy is a mysterious character. First of all, we don't even know his name. We've never been given a name. He's credited as Cowboy in the credits. That's it. We saw him in DC for the first time early in the season. Out his window was the U.S. Capitol. So I got the sense that maybe he's some congressman potentially, and he was in his office. He seems to be some member of the government
I I
due to the
think
fact that he came from DC, right?
yeah, yeah. I think Julie. I think he's some kind of like fixer. You know, sort of like some people know the show Ray Donovan. You know, that kind of stuff where he's based out of Washington and he takes care of stuff for certain high level people. I don't think he's a like a congressman, but I think he's sort of a button pusher that someone calls and says, "Hey," specifically right to take Xavier. Right, Xavier says, "Hey,
Right.
go do this, go take care of this," and he's working towards helping something in the government or maybe the CIA or corrupt members of the government, and he just fixes stuff. Hey, we got to go to Phoenix and take care of this FBI agent, or hey, Breen is getting out of control. Okay, well, let's somebody needs to prescribe him some drugs or whatever, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Cause like whatever he's doing, he's clearly involved in the government in some way. That's implied by his window overlooking the US Capitol. So a fixer, that makes total sense. And that makes sense as to why he would just be referred to as the cowboy in such a mysterious term like that. And he was taking orders from Xavier earlier in the season, taking orders. Xavier was telling him to take care of things with Nina, get on it, he was ordering him. And Xavier, we found out in this finale that Xavier is a national threat, and the FBI is engaging a special task force to find Xavier. So Xavier has been giving cowboy orders. So let's try to like piece this web together here. Xavier has been giving cowboy orders. Cowboy, like Cowboy has been working with Agent Grant in the FBI office in Phoenix. So Phoenix, it seems like he's working with certain corrupt government officials, and they're all part of a government conspiracy. Not all of the government is in on it. There's a task force that's actually trying to root out the people involved in this conspiracy. They're forming a task force now, which Nina will be part of. And the Cowboy is definitely, I think that makes total sense, a fixer then for these corrupt elements of the government and crime syndicates like Saxton that are working together.
Right,
It's still,
like the Cowboy
mhm,
and Xavier are part of like a shadow government, or all the corrupt elements in these different agencies, and eventually Nina and them are going to try and root out sort of the bad apples. I think that's the sort of trope ish thing that they're going for.
yeah, yeah. I think that makes total sense. Absolutely. Um, it's a complicated web going on here, and they also make references to the Nixon tape when, Cowboy was on the phone with Xavier, and um, you know, Cowboy. So Cowboy is in touch with top FBI agents who work for Nixon. So he's in touch with people who go right up to the top, and like he was telling Xavier that the Lincoln got lifted, and Nixon knows about it, that Lincoln car. So that was a huge problem at the time. They needed to find another way to get $1 million to buy that recording, that lifted recording from the Russians of Nixon. So Nixon is involved in this too. Nixon is part of this corrupt element. Nixon and whatever other corrupt people in the government are working under him, including in the Phoenix office, Agent Grant. Um, so that's interesting. And the other thing Cowboy told Xavier was about Nina, that in that call. And Nina is snooping around the Saxton operation. Xavier ordered him to shut it down. Um, so yeah, all of this it's a messy web still, and there's a lot that they need to tease out in season 2. How exactly is Nixon involved in this? How is he connected to the Cowboy and the cover up, the conspiracy? What is this? What is it about this tape? Um, we heard some of the tape at the end of the episode, which we'll get to, but it's messy. It's still really messy in terms of who is in on this conspiracy, and they need to explain a whole lot more next season. Uh, and in this particular phone call, he tells Saxton, what was it? Now I lost my train of thought. I forget now. He was
He he
Saxton?
he said, so he's saying that like he doesn't want fed blood on his hand, and
Yeah, yeah,
eventually he tells him like where to take Nina, because remember Billy takes, you will see in the next, in some other, I'm sure, screenshots of yours, Billy takes Nina somewhere, and that's
yeah,
where Grant is gonna take her out or something.
right. So that's right. Yeah, I was saying I lost my train of thought. Saxton said I can't have fed blood on my hands. And so this tells me Saxton has been working in conjunction with the government, maybe to stay out of prison. Um,
Right,
what
right, but he
do you
probably
get that sense?
like oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you get that sense that he's saying that he can't have fed blood on his hands? He's working with the Cowboy, who is working with other corrupt elements of the government. Does this mean he's working with corrupt elements of the government, or just the government in general, to stay out of prison?
Yeah, I think those people are handling him. They're his handlers in a sense. They're having him do these different things, the conspiracy with Joey and all these other things, and that keeps him out of jail. But what he's in that moment, I think what he's doing is he's saying, "Hey, I don't want this. I don't want you guys to have this over my head. I'd rather you guys just take care of it." So that's why he's saying I don't want fed blood on my hands, because it's almost like a bridge too far for him. It's too much too much power of over his head by them, because
Yeah.
that's a death penalty case, even in 1972 or whatever.
Yes. Yes. So yeah, so that he doesn't want that happening, and so yeah, like he's probably already working with elements of the government, and that's why they're covering up what happened to Joey. Saxton, we find out at the end of this episode that Saxton helped Joey disappear, and Joey is considered a national threat. Uh, so it's possible that corrupt elements of the government doing illicit experiments, you know, staged Joey's death, uh, brainwashed him, turned him into Xavier. Saxton helped facilitate this, and the government is trying to put a stop to this right now. This is the year, 1972 was the year that MK Ultra ended. Now, I didn't research why it ended exactly or how it ended, but this show could easily be kind of fictionalizing. They're doing their own fictionalized version of an MK Ultra type situation or something like it. And perhaps Saxton helped with that whole situation, helped Joey get away, helped him get away and become Xavier, working in tandem with shadowy elements of the government. And the government is now trying to root out those people through this task force. Um,
Yeah,
that's as much as I can gather right
yeah,
now.
maybe this is the fictionalized version of why it ended, because there were things in the 70s like the church committee and things like that, committee on assassinations, and they went deep into some of those practices of the CIA, and they specifically wrote some laws saying that you know you can't do assassinations anymore. So it maybe this is like sort of the nexus of the beginning of some of those things. Like maybe this show is gonna write it like this was the beginning of people knowing that these things went on, and now the church committee starts and they change it.
Yes. Yeah. Um, so yeah, I think so too. I think that that's what they are likely doing with this show. So I'll if they renew this show, which I hope they do, I'll look forward to seeing where that's going. And so yes, so Cowboy says he'll take care of it. The Nina situation for Saxton. And then we cut to another interesting phone call. Now we've got Howard Hughes talking to Saxton, holding his Kleenex over the receiver, of course, even though he's in his own hotel room. And he says that the recording never got delivered to Xavier, that somebody else took it, and it was Greek Sal's people. Greek Sal's minions got it. So more bad news for Saxton. He cannot win in this episode. He really can't win. Uh, Now Jessica and Awan, I actually remembered her name. They take a look at this this list of names who stayed at this hotel where I believe this was I forget why they looked at this list of names. Xavier, it's the ex Turner is on here, so they think that Xavier may have stayed at this particular hotel, and so they're trying to investigate like where Nina could be, right? So they're looking at different check-ins for this particular hotel. That's probably his last name, Xavier Turner. I think that they probably gave him that name, Turner, like he turned into somebody else. Um, yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's
apropos.
interesting. That's interesting, Julie. That I could see that.
Yeah, it just kind of came to me while I was looking at it. Um, that's got to be him. How many people have a first name that begins with X? Right?
Yeah, not very many. Yeah.
That's got to be Xavier. Yeah. So they figure, yeah, he was staying at that hotel. Meanwhile, this guy's snooping as usual, Agent Grant. played by the awesome actor who I'm currently working on setting up an interview with, and we'll keep you posted on exactly when that's going to happen. And it's going to be Dan Tracy. He plays Agent Grant. We'll let you know when that's going on. But as usual, he's listening in on their conversation. Then we've got another phone call. Everybody's on the phone in this episode. Everybody's on the phone. Uh, we've got Cowboy calling Agent Grant and and giving him his job to, you know, to go get Nina and finish her off, take her out. So once again, he's gotten a hit ordered. He was ordered to take her out in the previous episode, but Billy got to her first. Then, okay, I think that's just a leftover one from before. Or wait, who's he talking to? Oh, he's still on the phone with Saxton. I guess they cut back to again the phone
More
number. I mean, the phone
more
call.
phone calls. Yeah, it's like an advertisement for old phones.
It really is. We're back to Howard Hughes on the phone with Saxton again, and this was who are they?
Okay, what so you remember when the sales guy took the tape, he shot those two guys, but apparently one of them survived, and that's how Hughes found out that the tape hadn't been delivered. So the one guy that they're working on there is the one that quote unquote survived.
Oh, oh, okay. They look so clean cut. So those are okay. Those are Howard Hughes guys. All
Yeah,
right.
they got to be
Oh,
for
they
Hughes, you know.
probably for hygienic reasons. They work for Howard Hughes, so he wants them to look all clean shaven and neat
Right, right.
because he's got OCD like like crazy. So makes sense.
You can see there's Kleenex like right by those guys as well.
Yeah, I see it. Oh my God, yeah, the Kleenex. Yep. They look like very freshly laundered and cleaned up and all that stuff. All their clothes and their yeah. That fits. So Hughes is extremely upset about that tape getting delivered to getting swiped by Greek Sal's people. And Saxton, I I don't know. I know we're not supposed to like Saxton because he's a mob boss and everything, but I couldn't help but like the guy. Like I almost feel bad for him in this circumstance. He just could not catch a break in this,
Well, how can you not like Keith David?
right? How can you not like Keith David? Seriously. Wait, did they have another phone call after this? Yeah, another one. Like this is oh my God. Okay, I forgot about this one. Yeah, Saxton called the cowboy again, and I don't remember the contents of this particular call, but yeah, there's a lot of phone tag back and forth in this episode, and to be honest, I find that to be a bit of a weakness. It's like we need a little bit less talk and a little more action. Uh,
Whoa, hello.
well, you know, a little less talk, a little more action, and it's a finale, so there should be more action. But yeah, I feel like they had a little bit too much phone call action going on and not enough real action. But
Right. I
I'm
think
trying to
if I'm not mistaken, I think that's where they end up. He Saxon tells him about the tape, and then they end up, having to deal with Sal. I'm assuming, right?
yeah, yeah. Like Saxton tells him about the tape, yeah, but I'm just checking. Yeah, this wasn't the last phone call either. There are more. So yeah, so okay, I'm checking it now just to look and see. So yeah, in the first call with Howard Hughes, he said the package with the tape was intercepted. Goes by the name Greek. The guy goes by the name Greek Sal. Okay, then we see the rest of the conversation after. And okay, so what Awan and what Awan and Jessica were looking at, by the way, were Cyrus's phone records, the guy with the house who blew up.
Oh,
And yeah, he was calling the Bellamy Hotel in DC many times. And so he was like, let's cross check who was at the hotel when these calls were made. And so that she's got a list of guests for all of that. And so then they see that Xavier Turner name on the list. They figure it's got to be connected to Xavier. So they're following that lead because they figure Xavier is behind everything else. So let's pursue this lead. That dude at the house, he was definitely covering up some shady shit. He had LSD drugs with that fake doctor's name, and he had loads of guns and what was the other thing he had? Oh yeah, he supplied that $1 million for the Nixon recording. Um
right. Yeah.
and
All the ham radio stuff and all that.
yep. Um Cowboy called Agent Grant. He said, I need you at the end of Route 37 at 2 p.m. sharp. They're dropping off Hayes. Take care of her. Make sure it's clean. That's it. So that he's ordering the hit on Nina. Then back to the phone call with Howard Hughes and Saxton. Um, Hughes says that one of his boys ID'd one of Sal's ruffians as the trigger man. Seems like your little turf wars upended our grand scheme. The tape never made it to Xavier. And now the most important goddamn thing in the history of history is in the fucking wind. So this is crazy. The most important thing in the history of history is in the fucking wind. That's how important they consider this tape to be. That's what Howard Hughes says. And he talks about their grand scheme. So this what's going on between Greek Sal and Saxton is just a little turf war, a little mob turf war. Hughes is saying this is their grand scheme. So there's something to this that we don't know yet that has not been explained. Hughes mentioned in the previous episode something about how important this is, how their plan. So it's like Saxton is working for some kind of corrupt elements of the government, but it seems like he may have some kind of side deal going on with Howard Hughes too. There's something like what is in it for Howard Hughes is what I wonder. What is in it for him? Why is he
Maybe like
so invested in this?
maybe like Kleenex forever or something.
Maybe Kleenex forever. I
Kleenex
don't
shoes
know.
for every man, woman, and child in America.
Hey, maybe. Um, because it is just that part is foggy, but then he says, it'd be a shame if after all I've invested in you and this little adventure of ours to have to call in my marker. So you handle it as you hear me, handle it well and handle it soon. What the hell? So this is a lot. They're setting up a lot of stuff and that they really haven't paid off enough, to be honest. I I think they should have made things a little clearer by this finale, and it's still very unclear how all these pieces fit together, all these different agendas and factions. You've got the FBI, CIA, the Russians, Nixon, Howard Hughes, Saxton's operation, um, and the cowboy, and it's a lot of different elements. And so this is interesting. I don't know what he means by this, but I don't think we're supposed to get it at this point.
Yeah, I don't think
It-
we
it-
I don't think we've gotten it any even. I mean, the closest clue I would say is the Terminal Man book. Maybe maybe this is some kind of something's on that tape that relates to controlling people's mind on a global scale or something.
Maybe, you know, because this has to be bigger in scope than just some small deal. Like he says, it'd be a shame After all I've invested in you and this little adventure of ours, to have to call in my marker. What does call in my marker mean? I've never heard that phrase before.
I think it has to do with like, calling in your like if you loan somebody money, you would call in their marker, meaning you would call it back, like you would get it back, like whatever you've invested, you would pull back and cash it in.
Oh,
I
okay.
would, yeah, I would put it out to the chat if they have a different sort of interpretation of that, but that's how I would see it.
Yeah. Right. So, okay. So then he's giving him orders saying, "You handle it, as you hear me?" Giving orders to this mob boss. Handle it well and handle it soon. And then slams the door, like hangs up on him. I mean, doors. Slams the phone down and hangs up on him. Saxton is just getting pressure from all angles in this episode, and so I find it interesting that Howard Hughes is giving him orders, and that's fascinating considering he's a mob boss and normally nobody screws with them. So
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting. So hopefully we get a season 2 and they explain more of what is going on with Howard Hughes connection. And then moving on from there, we have this phone call. Let's see. Is this so yeah, so this phone call here between him and the cowboy, Saxton and Cowboy, and he says your problem is solved, Cowboy. Um have Hayes dropped at the end of Route 37 by 2 p.m. You'll never hear from her again. Meaning Nina. And then Cowboy says, and Xavier sends his regards. Sinister. Uh, oh, and by the way, Saxton says, you give him my best. We later find out that Xavier is in fact Joey. We know how Saxton felt about Joey. He looked at him like family and genuinely misses him. He said earlier in the season, I wish this is one of the clues that we pointed to when we said we think Joey is still alive and he's Xavier. I was thinking back in one of the lives and I said, he never said, I wish Joey were still alive. Saxton says to Jim, I wish he were still here. I wish your brother were still here. He just misses having him by his side. He misses having him be his right hand man. That's what it was. And it turned out he's alive. And I think he really does genuinely miss him. And that's why we saw genuine sadness from Saxton. And so he says, give him my regards, meaning to Xavier. Fitting now that we know the reveal too. Uh, so yeah, he's arranged for Nina to be taken out by Agent Grant. That's the message that he's just relayed to Saxton. So he won't have to. Saxton can get rid of Nina, and the blood will not be on his hands. He looks, even though he's a mob boss, literally like sending someone off to be murdered. I still couldn't help but sympathize with him a little bit. He looks so stressed in this scene. Anyway, what in the world is he using as a phone, by the way? What the hell is that? Look at that touchpad. It's like it's
Uh-huh.
inside of a
It's like fancy technology right there. That may be like a early portable phone.
yeah, it's inside of a suitcase. Look at
Mhm.
that. That's in a suitcase. There's a handle. Wow. Fancy for 1972. Wow. I didn't think anything like that would have been invented yet. My cat needs out of the room. Okay, so yet another phone call. And I think this is the last in the round of many, many phone calls. We have Saxton calling Greek Sal, and that's like his rival in the territory, but this is small potatoes compared to the bigger fish that he's got to fry. This is just a little turf war, as Howard Hughes said. Uh, Normally this would be a really big deal. Obviously, it's still life and death mob wars going on, and we see a life and death battle later in this episode, but still, he has a lot bigger fish to fry. And he says, "I know you have my tape, Sal." Sal is kind of smug, like, "Oh no, it's my tape now. Listen, I'm not a big music guy, but I was thinking about getting myself a reel to reel so I can check it out. I'm gonna." And Saxton's like, "I'm gonna need that tape back." Um, and Sal is resistant to it. Sax says, "We had a truce, Sal. You broke it." And Sal counters that asshole Jim Ellis and your daughter started this shit. Meaning Jim Ellis and Genesis, they helped Sal's daughter run away from that arranged marriage that she didn't want. That would have made him a boatload of money. It was for some kind of business deal, and he was basically bartering his daughter off like chattel. But Jim and Genesis helped her escape, and now Sal wants Jim Ellis dead as a result. And so, but like for now, he's got a hold of that recording. So he's going to use that as leverage. He doesn't even care what's on the tape. So, so Saxton says, if you give me what I want, I'll give you what you want. And that's that asshole Jim Ellis. I get the tape back. I hand him over. No questions, no strings. And Sal agrees. So, Saxton, once again, never underestimate a mob boss. He's ruthless. He looks at people. So this is why he was always capable of having killed Joey. I just didn't think he did it because it would have been too predictable. He was capable of killing Joey, even though he looked at him as family. Just like, look what he's doing now. He looks at Jim Ellis as family and he's handing him over to be murdered. This is just how the mob works. So, but in this case, yeah, he was not guilty of having Joey killed. Anyway, um, back to this scene here. They're still going over the phone, the list of phone records from DC, Awan and Jessica, and then they look over and they see Grant watching them. So they know that he's been snooping and not to trust him. Awan says, "Trust no one, especially him." Earlier in the season, Awan and Nina found a recording, an old VHS tape from Breen, the previous agent on the Saxton case, and it was a really chopped up, jacked up recording, the VHS, but it was him saying, um, "Expose Xavier and his network, and until then, trust no one, especially, uh, especially, what did he say? Xavier, I believe."
Right.
Um, he said, "Trust no one, especially Xavier." Uh, is that what he said, or did he just say trust no one? I forget. No, I think he just said trust no one. He said
But
expose Xavier and his network. I'm just looking at my notes. Oh yeah, and until then, trust no one. It's Awan here who points out, especially Grant. That's what I was thinking of because he knows Grant has been snooping and following Nina around.
right, and didn't they see that Grant left or something, and so then Awan's like gonna follow him? Isn't that what
Yep,
happened? Yeah,
he follows him,
yeah.
and yep, he does. So that's why he puts on his hat and leaves. So,
We'll see that was
uh,
very good for everybody.
yep. So Breen was right that so Xavier is a huge threat. We found out at the end of the episode, yeah, as we'll see later, that the FBI knows Xavier is considered a national threat. And he's got a network, according to Breen. He has a network including people in high places in the government, people like Agent Grant, who were in his pocket. And he's got that network that includes Howard Hughes and Saxton, and could go all the way up to Nixon himself as well. And Nixon, we know, was corrupt as hell, so he could be like acquainted with Xavier too, for all we know. Um, but getting back to Jim and Nina here, they kind of make up a little bit, and she expresses gratitude that he came to help her. Um, so because at this point he's already explained to her his Hail Mary play with his father and Genesis. But he's getting antsy about being handcuffed regardless. And she does appreciate that he's there to help. And she's glad he came. So then Billy comes in with his baseball bat and his comically large gun. Look at this. Look at this clown. Look at the gun. Look how proud of himself he is brandishing these weapons.
That's like bigger than his
Overcom-
forearm. Yeah.
Overcompensation to the max. Before I continue, let me check in with the chat. I don't want to neglect the chat here. Let's see. Mm, hold on. Awan is about to get all of the I guess that's supposed to mean ass on this show. Yeah, Awan's really getting the attention of the ladies. Yeah, he scores a hug from Jessica, and Nina's always hugging him, and yeah. Uh um okay, Dieter, the Q&A thing is to organize all the questions. People need to click the pinned message at the top and type in the question. So what do I write at the top though? Do I write like, ask a question for so and so? Maybe I'll test it out right before we leave tonight. I'll test it out. Uh, let's see. Bill Chill, yes. Bob Temple getting caught in a scandal, indeed. Bob Temple doing his best Wilfred Brimley impression. I don't know who that is, Steve, but okay. Um, Bill, little man compensating with a big gun, indeed, as we see again right here. Brandon said best soldiers are women, proven fact. Interesting take there, Brandon. Women soldiers definitely don't get enough credit. That's for damn sure. Women can fight just as well as men. Women are just as capable of being great soldiers. 100%. Steve says Evan Jones always plays a great heel. Which one's Evan Jones? I should know this.
That's I
I
think
for I
that's the actor that's playing Billy, I believe.
I was thinking probably Billy. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. The one we've got right here, looking like a doofus brandishing this giant phallic looking gun and a baseball bat. Uh I wonder how Wade will feel about Sax being mostly innocent. Yeah. His friend after, Wade's I mean, the way Sax went out, um none of that would have happened. He wouldn't have been in that position in that warehouse if it wasn't for Nina and Jim doing this sting operation against him in the first place. So, and Wade was kind of a part of this whole thing. Yeah, Wade's gonna probably feel some sadness, and Wade will still owe him one for Joey. Supposedly, at this point, Royce would get taken out as well. Um, well, Wade would still owe him one for Joey. I mean, he didn't. Well, yeah, because he helped Joey escape. Yeah, he helped Joey. We find out he helped Joey escape somehow. Joey faked his death, and Saxton helped him escape. Is what we learn at the end. Uh, I'm not sure why Royce would get taken out though. I mean, he made
It
it through.
it would I think what Bill was responding to there is like in that moment, if Ezra had taken Jim out, then his dad would have did like Genesis and potentially take out Royce as well, because that's two kids that Ezra would have cost him, because it would have cost him Joey and it would have cost him Jim. You see, so
Right,
out Jim and then he would take out those two kids because Ezra took his two boys out. At least that's what he would know at that moment, right? He wouldn't necessarily have known that Joey was still alive, if Ezra had taken out Jim.
right, right. Um, yeah, but in this case, yeah, it didn't work out that way. Obviously, Jim
Obviously,
survives. Huh?
I said, yeah. Obviously, that didn't end up happening.
Yeah. So No, Brandon playing catch up, watching the show as we speak. Uh, nice to have you here. Yeah, he was under the impression Sax had taken both his sons at that moment. Right. Yeah, that's true. Um, so yeah, that's right. Royce would have been next. I get it now. Yep, I get it. Uh, let's see. I'm scrolling through the chat here. Uh, Jesse Dieter doesn't trust me. Dieter is trustworthy. He's not collecting any donations for himself through that PayPal, I promise you. So don't worry about that. Um, it's going toward expenses for me and my channel, all of that. Anyway, thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get through the episode as quickly as I can so I can manage the pain, Dieter, for sure. Um, and and yes, Dieter has donated a lot of his own money himself, by the way, guys. So he is absolutely trustworthy to set that PayPal up on my behalf. Um, Steve said, the more I say it in my head, the weirder term task force sounds. Any word, if you say it enough times, it starts to sound weird. Yeah. Uh, anyway, 750 XP. Nice, Steve. Nice. I'll have to check in on where the top fans are in the chat. Government, corrupt government. What's the difference? Good point, Bill. Seriously. Is there any uh distinction between the two? Anyway, I never saw the Manchurian Candidate, Samuel, but now I want to. That's that's related to this whole idea of like mind control and like sleeper agents, right? Uh, I need to put that on my list.
Yeah, brainwashing.
Mm-hmm. Um, Steve, someone is going to take Jim's picture and say the word far, far, Farvergnug, and Jim is going to start assassinating people. Oh
Farfet
man.
Farfetnugan. That was a Volkswagen marketing term at some point.
Really? Oh, okay. Okay. Uh, Dieter, please like, share, and subscribe. Yes, please like the stream. And I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. I'm at 1.92K right now. So if you're not subscribed, please make sure you hit the subscribe button. It'll be much appreciated. Uh, check out my latest video, my theory video on now it's still relevant even though we've had the reveal that part of our theory is correct. Carl and me, our theory, um, even though it was revealed that Joey is alive and he's Xavier, there are aspects of the theory that have still not played out yet. So it's still relevant to check it out. It's the latest video on my channel, and I'll add the link to the video in the description of this one later. If it's not already there, actually, I think it is already there. Yeah, it's here. So if you look in the description of this video, you can see the theory video I put out about Joey and Xavier, and also a clip of our live from episode 5 when Carl and I spontaneously theory crafted this Joey is alive and he's Xavier theory. But if you check out the full theory video that I put together, you can see all the evidence that I put together to break it down and the potential connections to MK Ultra. So there are a lot of aspects to it that have not been revealed yet, whether they're true or not, that we'll have to find out next season, hopefully, if we get a season 2. So still relevant to check it out. If you haven't, I would very much appreciate it. And hit the like, leave a comment really quick. It helps push my video into the algorithm so more people can find it. Even if it's just a single emoji, you can trigger the algorithm by doing that. Every comment, like, and view really helps. It's 27 minutes long, so it's actually one of my shorter videos, the theory one, the full theory video. And even if you just watch some of it, that counts as a view. Even 30 seconds counts as a view, but preferably more would be much appreciated. So moving on through the chat, Let's see. Shameless plug for corded phones. Yeah, that's basically what it felt like. Commercial for old corded phones in this episode. The, that old "was up" thing, the commercial. Yeah, that was annoying as hell. Julie Big Boss energy, Julie Big Boss dives. That's funny. Um, when did I have Big Boss energy? Oh, when I was saying that it needed a little less talk and a little more action. I
Yeah,
guess that was it.
that's when we put those comments.
I figured. Hughes is in it because Nixon screwed him over after spending a ton of money to get him elected. Oh, Steve. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense that someone like Howard Hughes with all his money would he'd be pissed off if Nixon screwed him over and didn't, you know, like he felt screwed over by the CIA big time. He talked about that, how he helped the CIA, like he designed some kind of special airplane for them and the CIA wound up screwing him over big time. And so he has a real chip on his shoulder. So he may be doing this whole thing with the Nixon recording to try and get back at Nixon. He's giving it to Xavier, not the government. I see. I was thinking maybe the government was trying to buy that recording and using Saxton as a go-between, but that recording was being specifically handed off to Xavier, who we now know is considered a national threat, and he's associated with only corrupt, like seedy underbelly guys in the government, not the overall government. So not Nixon. So Xavier is not going to be handing over that tape to Nixon if he were to get his hands on it. So yeah, okay, Steve, that makes sense. Hughes got musked, so he's trying to take him down. It's essentially a repayment of a debt owed. Like if I gave Carl 10 grand, I'd call in my marker with him later when I want it back. The saying also doubles for favors too. Oh, okay. Thanks for the clarification, Steve. Interesting. All right.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on that 10 grand, by the way.
He said 10 grand, thank you said 10 grand, thanks. Send it to Julie's cash. Oh, that's great. He's like, I already gave it to you, but I'm calling in my marker. But instead of giving it to me, you could give it to Julie. Steve, you're funny. Hi, just me. Nice to see you. Cashmo, aka Zelle Pal. It's like an amalgamation of a few different money apps. Anyway, that's an early sat phone. Satellite phone. Oh, wow. Super early sat phone. Anyway, um,
Yeah, how does Saxton, a local mob boss, have that? He's obviously working with like the CIA or something.
yeah, I don't know. How does he like? You
Yeah,
think Saxton?
how does Saxton have like the top notch technology of a sat phone if he's just a mob boss? Is because he's working with these elements in the government, either CIA or FBI. How else
Yeah,
would he have something like that?
right. And the CIA, we know that there over the years there's been absolutely evidence that the CIA was actively working against certain American presidents. And like there are theories that like the CIA had something to do with JFK's assassination, things like that, right? So so the CIA, Saxton could very well be working for the CIA to actually take Nixon down, to help take Nixon down. And Howard Hughes wants in on that. He's helping with that. So
Right, right. It's
makes
it's high stakes in this Duster game.
definitely yes. So just me, yeah, just me in all her glory. We had quite a colorful tangent last week on the Duster Live. Something involving glory holes, courtesy of just me. You had to be there, guys. You can check out the replay if you want to hear our really colorful little digression. Just me said, yeah, Duster reminds me of all the glory. Yeah, that was hilarious, just me. Thank you for adding to that fun discussion. Dusty holes. Oh my God. Duster holes. Blow the dusty holes. Oh my God. We're going after dark territory again. Anyway, Dieter said duster is a car, so you mean the exhaust hole? Hey, no judgment. Gas hole. Oh my God. Anyway, yeah, scrolling down. Um, let's see. Just making sure I've caught up with you guys before we continue. Total of 3 interviews now. Yes, Dieter, 3 confirmed interviews, and a few others that might happen. That there are like I think three other people I'm now in contact with, their agents, and we're trying to make something happen. So may or may not come to fruition, but 3 confirmed interviews. The first one is going to be 10 p.m. Tuesday night to Eastern time. We're going to be interviewing, my Lord, I'm going to mess up his name again. I don't want to screw up his name. It is Reavis Dorsey, who plays Lyle. And that's one of Saxton's minions. So we're so psyched to talk to him, and you can bring your questions in the chat. We'll highlight them for you. And then I am in contact with the agent of Dan Tracy, who plays Agent Grant, the evil bastard who tried to take out Nina. I'm so psyched to talk to him. We're hoping we can do it live, and if we can, we'll let you know when that's going to be. If not, I'll have to record it offline. But if we can do it live, we will. We'll keep you posted on when that's going to be. And on July 28th, I'm going to be recording an interview with the one and only Keith David. I'm so honored to be able to do it, and it'll be pre-recorded press junket interview. So that'll be released later on after. Just me, Keith David, he was in a lot of major things. Like he was one of the lead characters in The Thing. If you've ever seen The Thing. Um, Carl, are you good? Is this connection okay?
Yeah, I for whatever reason it like bumped me for a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well you're back now. I can hear you.
Okay.
Um, anyway, yeah, I was just telling just me, like who Keith David is and some of the things he was in, The Thing, and there's something about Mary,
They they
and gosh, what are some of the other major ones, Carl?
they live.
They Live,
He
yep.
was Platoon.
Platoon, yep, that's
Hmm.
another one.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And then
so
yeah, you already mentioned something about Mary, right? The Franks and the Beans.
yes,
Yeah.
yep, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, he's been in a lot of big things. Yeah, she said, "Oh snap, that guy is very famous." Yes, he is. Um, I'm I'm honored and grateful to have the opportunity to do an interview with him in a press junket, a virtual press junket. It'll be at the end of the month. I'll record it and then release it soon after. Um,
Yeah. And
and
he's also in
mhm.
my favorite cartoon, which is Gargoyles, where he plays Goliath, which
Oh,
is
nice.
an amazing role. I like when he says, "My angel of the night."
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, yeah, that is a it's a cartoon. It's a Disney cartoon, but it's very like adult theme. There's like Shakespearean sort of references. It's something that you gotta
Wow.
add that to your list, actually.
But gargoyles, huh? What was that on originally? What
It used to be on like where I lived at in the LA area. It was on one of the local stations where Disney would do like this 2 hour block of like cartoons. So it was like it was like DuckTales and these other things, Tailspin, and then Gargoyles. And it wasn't like cutesy funny at all. It was a serious, action fantasy kind of show. And it had a lot of voiceover actors that were from like Star Trek, and a bunch of famous people. And he played the main character, and I mean Keith David, what a voice, you know.
Oh yeah. What a voice indeed. Yeah.
Mhm.
Amazing. So yeah, I'm so psyched about that and honored. So let me see. I think I'm almost caught up with the chat here. She said, I seriously went into just me said I seriously went into my husband's YouTube and subscribed him to your channel back when you were trying to get to 1K. Aw, you're so sweet. 2K, very exciting. Thank you so much, just me. That's so sweet of you. I really appreciate all your support. You've been amazing. Thank you so much for being part of this community. Um, anyway, Dieter said, I'm shaking. LOL. I got responses from these agents, and one said yes and gave the email of the actor himself. So I sent it to Julie with the title. He said yes. LOL. I'm so nervous with this. Yeah, you're so generous and sweet to care so much and be so excited for me, and I really appreciate it. Uh, Excellent unpaid manager. I really appreciate you. Um, yeah, so I wrote, I wrote the letter for the actors, and then Dieter just changes the names and sends them for me, and at least in this case, and yeah, it's truly much appreciated. Um, Brandon says, whenever you watch or if have watched Sandman, I finished the comic and the Netflix series. Amazing show. Watch out for the Long Walk movie is coming. Very, very good story. Oh, you'll break the walk down in so many ways. You're always first, and I will make sure you always are. Oh, well, thank you so much. That was a really kind thing to say. I will definitely check that out. Sandman, huh? Um, Sandman and the Long Walk movie. Let me make a note of that. The Long Walk movie and Sandman. Uh, got it. Thank you for those suggestions, Brandon. Appreciate you guys so much. And Brandon, it's nice to see you back in the chat again. Steve said, Mike, I gotta go. My grandmother woke up and is hungry. I'll take it where I can get it. She hasn't been eating as much as I'd like during the day. I'm sorry to hear that, Steve. If you guys are still here when I'm done, I'll jump back on. Well, you're an amazing guy. I say it all the time, but it just bears repeating. Nothing but respect to you for what you're doing to take care of your grandma like that. You're a hero. You're an absolute hero, and it's amazing. Not many people would make that kind of sacrifice and devote yourself to being a caretaker like that. So hope she eats. Hope your grandma eats enough, and sure you're taking the best possible care of her. So, and I don't know if we'll still be here when you get back. I'm gonna try to hurry up and wrap this up quickly for my own health, but hopefully we'll see you the next time if we're not here. Samuel says, what is a five-letter word that contains an E and an A? But what is this? But what is no I don't know what that no TYUIOPSHLBN or M's. I have no clue, Samuel. What kind of a riddle is that? You have to enlighten us. Maybe this weekend I'll stream Ballerina with Catalina from where when there isn't another watch party. Oh, that sounds cool, Dieter. Yeah. I don't know anything about that, but uh Jesse, never seeing this show, who would be your love interest if you were there? Uh well, who would be most women's love interest if you were in the show? I mean, it
Yeah,
would probably have to be Josh Holloway, but that's I don't know. I personally I don't really care about love interests in TV shows. That's not why I watch shows. I'm more interested in like a good storyline. Like those kinds of things, I don't need it. I don't need every episode, I mean every series to have a love interest or a love plot line. It's just not necessary, especially in a show like this. Anyway, um we need more likes to get a season 2. Together with Julie and other YouTubers, we have more chance of getting a second season. Who could have thought this was such a good show? Yeah, Teeter. We gotta try to make sure this gets another season. We gotta, you know, rally some fans around this show. Recruit more people. I have no idea, Samuel. That the first letter can't be A and the last letter can't be E. I have no clue. Um, yeah, please hit the like button. Indeed, please hit the like. Uh, let's see. Uh, Samuel said, "I guessed the word. It was dread." Jeez, yeah, I could not have figured that one out, Samuel. That's impressive. Hey, Scott, nice to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. I hope everything's all right. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate you. Yes, please like, subscribe, share if you're so inclined. Hit the notification bell. All of the above. I'm going to be doing a series of interviews, some of them live, some of them not, with actual cast members from Duster. So hit the notification bell so you'll know when they come out, and all my other content. So, and sometimes I run late, so the notification bell really helps. Sometimes I have no choice but to run late due to my health issues, but um, the notification bell, if you enable all notifications, you'll know when I actually go live. Hey, Bush Logic, nice to see you. Sunny day, huh? Where are you at? I think you said you're in. I think Bush Logic said they're somewhere in Africa, if
South
I'm not
Africa.
mistaken.
South Africa, Julie, I think.
So, South Africa. Sunny day. Nice. Nice. Hope you're having a nice day. It's so cool to hear from people all around the world. It just trips me out. I love it. It's so cool. First one I've ever heard of from South Africa. Samuel says allegations have been made that the CIA played a role in the crack cocaine epidemic of the 80s. Wow, that's wild. Um, yeah. I'm not surprised. Would you be surprised, Carl, if that's true?
Oh, that's an idea, conspiracy theory, maybe conspiracy fact that's been around for a long time. If you ever get into some hip hop history, there's some lyrics out there that talk on it as well.
Yeah. Um, I believe it. The CIA has done all kinds of shady shit. The CIA has helped topple democratic governments and enable fascist coups in other countries just to prop up American economic interests whenever it suits us. So I believe it. So thank you so much, Dieter. After the stream, please take a look at my theory video in collaboration with Pandecolima, aka Carl, the theory that we came up with together on Joey and Xavier, and it encompasses more than just what was revealed in this episode. So it's still relevant, and some more of it. What in the world? Hold on a second. My hold on. I have to mute this.
That's it's good to hear that the floods are over. Bush Logic, hopefully. Yeah, just me. Julie got three. She's got three interviews lined up, with the headliner being Keith David. Was it the Franks of the Beans? I like that, Bill Chill. Criminals in the Army. Yeah, exactly. Over 20 in the chat. Let's make sure that you guys all have hit that like button.
Okay, I think it stopped now. I don't know what just happened, but it already stopped it. I don't get it. It was like you know that accessibility mode that sometimes like a phone can turn on where you click on something and it says it out loud for people who are deaf or can't or blind rather.
Like on a
Um,
TV or something?
if you're on like a phone, sometimes there's a talk back mode where wherever you tap, it reads it out loud for blind people.
Oh,
And
okay.
somehow it got triggered on my laptop and it was talking and now it stopped. So that's why I muted myself. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Um,
well,
yeah,
I don't think we could hear it though. Maybe you could hear it, but it wasn't necessarily broadcasted because I didn't hear anything.
yeah, I couldn't I didn't know if you could hear it. That's why I was like, oh, I gotta mute myself.
Right,
Anyway,
right.
getting back to it. Hmm. Yes, please take a look at that theory video, as I was saying. It's linked in the description of this video. My full theory in collaboration with Carl on Joey and Xavier. Some of it is still relevant and up in the air to be revealed or not. Next season, we'll find out whether the rest of the theory is true regarding things like MK Ultra and what is really going on with Xavier. Steve said I'm still listening with my earbuds. Aw, while I feed my grandmother, but I wanted to give a prediction real quick. Aw, Steve, you're such a sweetheart with your grandmother. I think the series is going to end with us finding out that this whole conspiracy playing out in the show is how Nixon got taken down in the real world. I could totally see that, Steve. I think there's a lot that was really odd about that whole situation about how Nixon got taken down and the Watergate scandal and the way that he resigned. I mean, I think that they could easily give us some kind of like fill in some blanks about what really happened, like a fictionalized version of what really happened, how Nixon got taken down. Yeah, I could see that. Couldn't you, Carl?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's where they're going. This is gonna be the quote unquote true story behind the scenes as to how things went down.
Didn't you say that there were parts of those Nixon recordings missing that never turned up and that
There's
maybe this tape in the show could represent that?
there's an 18-minute gap that was always suspicious because it seemed to be that they were the conversations that were being recorded were sort of leading to some incriminating, like, hey, this is what we're going to do kind of evidence. And there's a secretary that said like that she accidentally erased it, and she simulated how she accidentally pushed the buttons to erase it. It's very famous if you look it up, the 18-minute gap.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So they could, weave that in. They could weave that into the story. Um anyway, so let's see here. What else here did I highlight that I wanted to read really quick? Yeah, thank you, Brandon. Yeah, I'm psyched. I'm so psyched, and honored to get to interview Keith David and also the other actors. I'm honored to get any interview at all, early in my time here as a YouTuber. I'm always honored for every interview that I get you know. Just me. Yes, check out They Live. I could not recommend it more. It's just such a cool concept for a movie. Um, I loved it. Another great John Carpenter movie.
Mhm.
So highly recommend. I never saw Spawn. Never even heard of Spawn, but if Keith David is in it, I that's worth checking out for sure. Let's see. Oh, it's doing it again.
Yeah, if
Can you
it's
hear that?
yeah, if it's
Because I
saying something right now, we can't hear it. I can't hear it.
it's distracting for me too. It's distracting for me though. I'm having trouble concentrating because it's reading stuff out loud.
Yeah, we can't hear it. I mean, if you need to take a moment to turn it off, go for it. But we can't
I
actually.
don't know how to turn it off. Um,
I mean, you have to go into settings and accessibility, and it's probably whatever it calls it, like narration or something like that.
okay, I'm gonna mute myself and try to fix it.
Hey, Decipher, how are you? Yeah, excuse us while we deal with these technical issues. Yeah, I've noticed there's like multiple there's multiple devices that Julie has that seem to like do their own thing. Like her phone every once in a while, and now this other laptop. I'm doing good. Cypher, living the dream, as they say. We're just trying to break down this episode and get to our the confirmation of the theory that me and Julie put together in one of the lives, and then her standalone video that you guys can check out after the stream. I wish we had some like some hold music we could play a little bit too. You know.
Okay. It stopped again. I don't know what's going on, but it stopped again now. Jesus. Sorry about that. Um,
No,
anyway,
it's the Julie technology. It was always a fun ride with you and
technology technology hates me. It just hates me. Um, so getting back into this, 825 XP, baby. Yes, Steve. Yeah, you are a rock star, rocking that XP. Top fans, unbelievable. Yes, you're in the number one spot with 825 right now. Amazing, Steve. Thank you for your enthusiasm. You're a riot. Um, he said, amazing, Steve. He said, still listening. Just wanted to say it's hard to listen to you guys on my earbuds and not laugh while I'm feeding her. Well, I'm glad we can entertain you, Steve. Happy to be of service. Um, anyway, Spawn HBO struck again. Bill, you're making me nervous about Duster getting canceled. No, no, I hope they don't do Duster dirty like that too. Uh, okay, so let's see. Let's try to catch up here.
yeah. How are you doing, Julie? By the way.
Um, not so great, so we should probably try and break this down as quickly as we can so I can get going.
Well, yeah.
Um,
Then let's get going.
Bush Logic says I'm from South Africa. We've had terrible floods as well, but now we're in 2 days of sunshine. Well, I'm so sorry to hear about the floods, and I hope you and all your loved ones are safe. But I'm glad to hear that the sunshine is back. That's great to hear. Um, it's so mind blowing to hear from people all over the world. I love it. Finding my channel like this and all coming together in this space. Let's see. Okay. The movie Ruby showed some of the distraction and red herring of JFK. Oh, might be one to check out too. I haven't seen that, Bill. Um, yeah, they've already said he was removed by them. I read about it last winter. Hmm. Much love to anyone who takes care of family. Yes, Brandon. 100%. Yes. Hi, Decipher. Nice to see you. The CIA noises on Julie's side. Yeah, I'm gonna have them after me soon. I better watch myself. Explain the 66 Reno split. Uh, is that's a reference to the fact that um Saxton had Jim there, yeah, his life was in his hands, and then at the same time Wade had Genesis, Saxton's daughter, right? Is that what the reference is?
I believe so. I believe that's what it refers to.
Yeah, that's it's a what is a 66 Reno split? Is that some kind of gambling term?
I think so. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's a gambling term and it's a reference to that situation that was going on in this episode, Bill. Brandon said, "Sweet dreams, Julie B. For a person like me in life that works behind the scenes of everything, I am beyond happy that you make my words known." Aw, the thank yous are beyond amazing and strengthens me. Thank you so much for saying that. I'm really gratified to know that that makes you happy. That um, I'm somebody who never felt like I had enough of a voice, and I was always like kind of in the background. Um, Never had many friends, and I never had a platform like this. So I'm more than happy to give other people a platform and let you get your ideas out. And I love to hear everybody's ideas. So yeah, I know it's tough to be kind of behind the scenes and feeling like you don't have a voice. So I'm just really happy that I can do that for people. I love to hear all your ideas, so keep them coming. Your words mean so much. Thank you so much, Brandon. And I'm happy to do that for you. You're the best too. You're the best too. And yeah, yeah, we're family. Like this is a family here. This is a found family. It's not it's sometimes that's better than the family you're born into. And I know whereof I speak because I have a lot of relatives who are really they don't act like family. This is much more of a family to me. We have each other's backs and we support each other. It's not just about talking about TV shows. So anyway, back to the let's get back to the breakdown and wrap this thing up. Um, Billy is so happy with his weaponry, and Jim and Nina are escorted out and ordered into two separate trunks. Jim has to get in the trunk of his own duster of all the indignity. This dick, Billy, he's like poking Nina with the bat toward the car. So Jim kind of lunges at Billy, like, "Don't you touch her." You know, he's a decent man and wouldn't put his hands on or weapon on a woman like that. He gets knocked down. And then Billy's enjoying this as usual, like a sadistic dick that he is. You can see like there are some strange undercurrents going on in this show. It's like who are the love interests anyway? You get these like moony eyes between Jim and Nina sometimes. They almost kissed in one episode. Jim and Izzy almost kissed in this episode. Um, and you feel like Nina is probably going to be pulled between Jim the bad boy and Owan the good guy. Most likely, I think she'll wind up dating Owan, and Jim will wind up with Izzy. But I don't watch shows like this for that sort of thing. I just notice the way they're looking at each other uh, as they get into the trunks. And he just came and risked his life for her too. But I think he was just doing that because he's a good guy, and he came to care for her. Doesn't mean it's in a romantic way. She lost her father. They worked together all season, and they commiserated over the loss of her father and the loss of his brother. She's tossed in the trunk. He's tossed in his own trunk, and um, she's taken off to be taken out by Grant. Saxton gets in the car, the Duster car, and he takes a look at this ever-present dog tag from Joey. It's always there. So that presence of Joey, although we've never seen him, we're always reminded of him with that dog tag. And Jim looks at it all the time. Now Saxton's looking at it. He truly cared about Joey, clearly, as family. And now we find out at the end that he helped him escape and ultimately became Xavier um, after he faked his death. Nina is dumped out in the middle of nowhere. Billy tosses. I've noticed they keep highlighting watches and pocket watches of various kinds in this episode. This one says bullseye. Um, he
Yeah,
tosses the key to the handcuffs.
yeah, you're right. I have seen. Well,
Sorry, what?
no, I was agreeing with you about the watches because I think we see Saxton look at his Rolex at some point too.
Yep. Saxton, I noticed something, a real contrast. Saxton looks at his fancy expensive Rolex, and Wade looks at his cheap Timex watch while they're both waiting and like antsy, knowing both of their kids' lives are at stake. Um,
Very interesting juxtaposition, huh?
it is an interesting juxtaposition. I meant to point that out earlier. I think I must have just breezed by those screenshots a bit too fast because I did take the shots of those. But anyway,
Mhm. Yeah, we saw the Rolex.
yep. And then Wade had his Timex. I had a screenshot of that too. Yeah, quite a difference between those two watches. Saxton, he worked Wade worked for Saxton for years, and they were best friends, and yet so what did Wade get for it? Just he was allowed to retire from the mob peacefully, but he still was just rocking a Timex watch while Saxton's got the Rolex.
Well,
Um,
maybe he got a showgirl out of it, maybe, huh?
he did get a showgirl out of it, and he's pretty happy with his life, clearly.
Mm.
Um, Nina quickly gets the handcuffs around the backs of her legs to the front, and uh, Saxton rolls up to this warehouse to hand over Jim to Greek Sal's people. Um, and yeah, this is what happens. He looks at Jim as family, but at the end of the day, he's a mobster first, and he's got to look out for himself and those closest to him, meaning his own children, including Genesis, Royce, um, and he's going to look after his own interests, including getting that recording back. That recording means more to him than Jim's life. And once that Nixon recording back, he was ordered. Now, it doesn't seem like he's in complete control, though, because remember, the cowboy ordered him to take care of this. Like, he's taking order. Was it the cowboy or was it Hughes? No, I think it was Howard Hughes. Ordered him. He was like, "You get that back. You take care of this." And so, honestly, it doesn't really seem like Saxton is 100% in control as he's handing over Jim to get that recording back from Greek Sal's people.
Right.
Yeah,
Doesn't really
Hughes
want
was
to do it.
hostile on the phone. Mhm.
Yeah, you're right. He was like ordering him around, and you can see Saxon. He looks like he needs to take another deuce, but still, he is not down.
Yeah.
He's not down with turning over Jim. Even though Jim's working with the FBI, he still doesn't want to. You can see it. He doesn't want to betray family or whatever.
No, he doesn't. He definitely doesn't. Um, but he almost goes through with it anyway. Like he's close to it. Yeah, look at that face again.
Mm.
Why
Oh,
does he always
there.
look constipated?
Yeah, right there. Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, in this scene, let me see. I wanna just pull up my notes on what he was saying to Jim here. Yeah, so he was sa- he was saying, you know, Wade was a lot of things, but a cold-blooded murderer was never one of them. So he doesn't believe that Wade is really gonna harm Genesis. And Jim's like, you really willing to take that risk? Um, he says some plans require risk and sacrifice. Jim says, yeah, Joey learned that lesson too. And he says, whether you believe it or not, I didn't kill your brother. So he says it's the truth, whether you believe it or not. And you made your choice. By throwing in with Nina, he's saying you made your choice. And that was the end of that scene. Nina is digging for that key, trying to find the handcuff key. Grant rolls up, ready to basically execute her, and honestly seeming like he's enjoying it. He takes like kind of glee in it. He, he's like, you got yourself into some trouble, huh? I gave you every chance. I tried to warn you. He did try to warn her. I mean, from the beginning of the series, the very beginning, he told her, stay away from Jim Ellis. He was nasty about it. But she wouldn't listen. He said, stay away from Jim Ellis, stay away from Leland Breen. She wouldn't stay away from it. So, yeah, he goes after her and she, like, you know, she goes rolling down the hill as he's shooting at her. And she's searching for the handcuff keys in the meantime, hiding from him. And she's got her pocket knife, but that's not going to be much defense against his handgun. And like she manages to with amazing luck find the handcuff key just by chance while she's hiding down there. And as she's hiding, um wait a minute, that was a crazy screenshot. Wait, she stabs him. I forgot about that.
Yeah, she shanked him.
Yeah, she stabbed him right in the side. I forgot that part. Yeah, she stabbed him, and then like they're like rolling around on the ground, and then as if like she could really take him. She's pretty tiny, but uh but she's fighting him anyway, and she's trying to go for the gun. This was one hell of a fight, actually. Nina puts up one hell of a fight for a little lady. And then he's about to shoot her, and just in the nick of time, Awan comes and saves the day. But I like that, she was holding her own. She's not just a damsel in distress. She shanked him. She was wrestling him. At one point, she almost got his gun, but he managed to get to it first. And so she put up a good fight. I gotta respect that. And Awan showed up just in time to take him out, shot him, um, and she hugged him. Like this is the second. I think this is the second time she's hugged him, and like I think they're probably gonna be like a love interest thing. They're cute together. She'll probably wind up going with the good guy over the bad boy Jim. I think if they pursue this kind of angle in season 2, I could totally see that. The two of them were way too quick to say, "Oh, we're not a couple." Someone mistook them as a couple. In unison, they both said it.
Yeah,
I thought it was a trope.
that was that janitor at that insane asylum.
Right. And
Hmm.
that's such a trope. Uh,
Yeah,
when they're that quick to deny it, then they're gonna wind up being an actual couple. Then getting to this scene, Greek Sal's people roll up. There's the Rolex again. So look at
yeah,
that thing. Aren't those like thousands of dollars?
absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. It's yeah, really fancy watch on that dude. It's like I feel like they were doing a commercial in this episode. They're doing like product placement for Rolex, Timex,
And
and ancient corded phones.
yeah, I was gonna say in phones. Uh-huh. Yep.
Yeah. Um so we have Saxton's people squaring off against Greek Sal's people in a showdown. Greek
Oh,
Sal there himself. Hmm?
and there's our boy Lyle rolling up in that
Yes,
car. Yeah.
right here. Lyle. That's so he's played by Reavis Dorsey. And he's going to be the one. Well, I have a better screenshot of him in a few pictures forward, but yeah, he's going to be our interview guest tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. So Saxton and Greek salespeople square off. Saxton's got the briefcase with the recording of Nixon. He doesn't even know what's in it or care. He just wants to use it as leverage to get Jim Ellis for screwing up that arranged marriage of his daughter, and also he knows Jim hooked up with his wife or was making out with his wife too. He found that out. Um, and then as Saxton is walking him over, kind of like he's walking him to his death, Jim tries like one last little way to get through to him. He says, I need you to know the whole truth about what happened. I think this was just a tactic, personally, but he says, it was because I thought you killed Joey, but that wasn't the only reason. Nina put the squeeze on me when she found out about my daughter. That's not true. So he's just using this to try to get Saxton not to turn him over. He says, Nina put the squeeze on me when she found out about my daughter. Saxton says, you don't have a kid. And Jim says, well, Jim doesn't even have to really say anything. Saxton just kind of figures it out, like, oh shit, Luna. And Jim said, I'm gonna keep all the bad shit I've done away from her as long as I can. But she's still my little girl. The thought of never seeing her grow up tore me apart. I was always focused on this job, doing it for you. I lost my way. You might have too. My pops reckoned you killed Joey. You let this shit go down. That alone will be confirmation. He won't abide losing both his sons. He'll want revenge, and he'll get it. So I wouldn't be so sure Genesis will live till morning. So, that was his last Hail Mary to try and get Saxton not to turn him over to Greek Sal. And he has a point. Wade could have killed Genesis and then later Royce as well. Because whether or not Saxton actually killed Joey, Wade would take this as confirmation. If Saxton hands Jim over to be killed, Wade would take this as confirmation that Sax was guilty of killing Joey. If he's guilty of doing this to Jim, then he killed Joey too. That means he took out 2 children of his, and he would want to take out Genesis and Royce, most likely. But Saxton doesn't listen. He goes through with it anyway. Greek Sal has no idea what the hell this recording is. He's like some Roy Orbison or something. And, they just hand it over. They have no idea how valuable this thing is. They hand it over just for this one guy. What a dumbass. Greek Sal is not too bright. He really isn't.
Yeah.
He like, huh?
No, I was saying I was agreeing with you. Yeah, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed.
He's really not. And then I think he knees Jim in the groin and says, "That's for touching my wife, you dick," or something. You you fuck. That's what he says. That's for touching my wife, you fuck. Because he figured out that Jim and his wife were making out at the wedding. Here's the Timex. So Saxton walks away, and you can see this weighing on him. Keith David is a fantastic actor. Look at his face. You can see the weight of what he's doing weighing on him, that he doesn't want to hand over Jim, and he also is worried for his other children. He's especially worried for Genesis. Like you can't be sure that Wade won't kill Genesis as revenge, and who knows, maybe Royce too. That's not what I mean. Jim didn't go as far as to intimate that, but Saxton is struggling with that. Then we see a shot. Here's the Timex, the cheap Timex on Wade's wrist. They're both very much aware of the time because there was a time limit Wade imposed. If he doesn't hear from Jim, I think it was by 5:30 or so, then he's going to kill Genesis. That was the implication.
Well, it's about to
So
be.
he's looking at the clock, at the watch. Oops, boop, my cat just stepped on my keyboard. Sorry. Anyway, so they're both very cognizant of the time, and the stakes right now are really high. Just sweet Genesis, completely oblivious to what's going on. And Saxton is thinking about that, and he turns and hold on, my cat just screwed something up. Give me a second. She made me lose my place in what I was looking at. She stepped on my keyboard. Okay.
I hate when my
So
cat's on my keyboard.
Yeah. Oh, and this song by Roy Orbison starts playing, which is really fitting for the scene. Crying by Roy Orbison and starts playing in the background. Music is so effectively used on this show. I love it. Uh, and then at the last second he yells, "Sal, one more thing," and then he just shoots. Uh, he shoots and gets a kill shot right in the forehead. He gets Sal right in the damn forehead. Amazing shot at quite a distance too. And then just chaos ensues. Jim runs for cover. Everybody starts shooting at each other. Sal's guys versus Saxton's guys. Um, there's Billy with his shotgun. Even Royce is holding his own, shooting there. Um, Jim and Saxton take refuge here, and uh, let's see. Then he's like, "What the hell are you doing?" And Saxton says, "I can't do this to my kid." So he can't risk putting Genesis in that kind of danger, where Wade could actually take her out. And Joey says, "We survived this. We go back for Nina." Um, he agrees. So they keep shooting at each other. Nina shows up. I like how I like how they did this. So Nina is not just a damsel in distress. Here's another way that she's not. Awan ultimately did need to come save her and shoot Grant when she was alone with him, but Jim literally just got done saying, "We survived this, we need to go get Nina." But it turns out Nina doesn't need them to get her. She doesn't need to be saved. She shows up and helps them. She helps them get these guys, which I appreciated. I like that. Uh, she can hold her own. Nina is no slouch. She's really gutsy. I've liked her from the very beginning. She's a great character. Um, here's where Billy meets his end. It's pretty gross. I think I can show this safely on YouTube because it's not you can't really see that much, but he's shot right through the eyeball. It splatters everywhere. That's nasty.
Dang, yeah.
Oh, right through the eyeball.
Eye for an eye over here. Damn.
An eye for an eye. Yeah, that's a wrap for Billy. Uh, I can't say I'm sorry to see him go. I mean, some people are jerks, and they're fun to watch, but then there are just people you love to hate. That just shows how effective this actor is in the role, though, because we're supposed to find him ridiculous and obnoxious and extremely unlikable. This is a weird one where he's just kind of standing there, chill, with his eye blown out. I better go by that one a little more quickly because that's kind of,
Oh, damn. Yeah.
yeah, that's a little more gory. Uh, yeah. And then the shootout continues. Royce was kind of upset to see Billy. Royce is such a sweet, sensitive guy that Royce is actually upset to see Billy go. Like you would think nobody would really care that much about Billy, but Royce does. There is Reavis right here. Reavis Dorsey, who plays Lyle, one of Saxton's minions. He's shooting right back there. It's the guy we're going to be interviewing tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern here. Nina's shooting, helping them out. She's a great shot, even though she's fresh out of Quantico, brand new agent. She's holding her own. She's a natural at this. Um, So they continue the shootout, and yeah, he looks at her in complete, like Saxton looks at her in complete shock that she's actually there and helping them. And she knows damn well, like he's the guy who ordered a hit on her father, but there she is helping them get away. Not really for Saxton's sake, I mean, but for Jim at least. At
But
least she's trying to help. I mean, Saxton winds up not getting out of here, but
but is
um
the trope of it looks like she's gonna shoot him, and then she shoots somebody behind him. Right? You already show that screenshot, or did you get
I
that?
don't know. I think that might have happened so fast that I didn't capture it in a screenshot. Yeah,
Oh
it was right here. No,
yeah,
this was it.
yeah,
This was it. She had the gun pointed so it looked like she was going to shoot him right here.
right. And then she caps one of the Beach Boys over there, or whatever, whoever that guy is.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, see, he looks shocked, like he's bracing for her, about to kill him. He looks like he's expecting her to shoot him. And then instead, she takes him out. Yeah, that was a trope for sure. He looks back at her in surprise that she didn't shoot him when she could have. And she's looking at him like, yeah, I damn well could have killed you, but she didn't. Um, anyway, uh, now someone here is reaching for a gun. This bloody hand is reaching for a gun. I'll get back to that in a second, but check out this dude right here. I enhanced this image to make it look sharper, bring out the color. This is Lyle, one of Saxton's henchmen, played by Reavis Dorsey, and he's the first interview that we're going to be doing. He's going to be on the channel tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. So you can bring your questions for the chat. Look at this badass image right here with a gun. Love it.
We'll ask him
Uh,
if he got to take home that leather jacket.
yeah, that's a cool jacket. Yeah, I like that. I like the outfit.
Hmm.
All the 70s wardrobe in the show has been awesome. Love it. So, yeah, what a great shot. He got a really cool shot. I mean, he didn't get to say anything that I could catch up anyway, but amazing. I love it. Like he got featured in a really cool shot in this shootout and he survived. Ostensibly, I think he survived. So, hopefully they bring him back for season 2 and maybe expand his role. Who knows? Billy's dead now. Maybe he could be promoted and we could see more of him instead of Billy. Give him more of a role,
That's a good idea. You're right.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's gonna be space now for somebody to take over for Billy. Maybe this is the only minor like henchman in Saxton's group who was really featured in a cool shot like this in this fight. Everyone else you saw from a distance, like this was the coolest shot for out of any of the minor players. So I think that could be a sign they might expand his role next season.
Yeah. Let's hope
'Cause
so. Hmm.
yeah, right. Because that's an unusually cool shot to give to someone who didn't have a line in in this episode. So yeah, I think they could potentially be, they already probably have bigger plans for him, hopefully. And so that's you think it's over, but then this guy who works for Greek Sal is not dead after all, or not quite dead, manages to reach for his gun. And, y- you know, people like this they know they're dying anyway. They got to take someone out with them at the last second. It always pisses me off, but it's such a common trope in movies. You think they're dead, and they manage to take someone with them right as they're dying, grab the gun and shoot. And what he does is he points the gun at Royce. And Saxton sees it. Um,
Yeah. It takes care of.
Royce,
He defends his boy. You know.
he does. He look at this. What an amazing shot that is. He dives in front of that bullet. Yeah,
Oh,
like he just
you gotta ask Keith David if he did his own stunt right there. Look at that. That's
yes.
him. Yeah.
I'm gonna be asking him that for sure because this was incredible. Wow. He just dove in front of that bullet to save his son.
He's fucking parallel to the ground. Look at that. Look at that athleticism.
Right? Mm. So yeah,
In screenshot.
amazing.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said that's an amazing screenshot you got there.
Mm. Yeah, I had to do some fast keyboard action to capture some of these things. A lot of quick button pushes, and yeah, he dove right in front of that bullet to save his son. So for all of his faults, and this wow, I managed to I managed to get a shot of a perfect shot of Jim with a bullet coming out of his gun. Like
Oh wow.
I got that on the first try too.
Pause.
So huh?
I said pause.
Yeah. Um. So he managed to shooting finish off that guy who shot Saxton, and for all Saxton's faults, for all the horrible things he's done, uh, in the end he went out a hero. I mean, he that was an amazing way to go out. To kind of at least he can never make up for everything that he's done. I mean, I'm sure all the hits that he's put out over the years, all the blood on his hands, but he went out saving his son. So, you know, there's something to be said for that, at least. Um, at the end of the day, he's a father who wanted to save his son at all costs. And so, like, he had redeeming qualities. Even, like, nobody is really all pure good or pure evil. Even someone like this, with all this blood on his hands, there were still good aspects to this person, to this human being. Uh, and even Nina, feels sympathy, at least for Royce. She's watching all this go down, and Royce is crying and broken up and in denial. Like, he's so used to, he's such a pampered little, I mean, I don't want to be too harsh, but like, he's so soft, Royce. He's like, he's been spoiled so much and he's so delicate that he thinks that his dad can just magically fix anything. I mean, he managed to procure an illegal heart donation for him, got him a new heart. Like, his dad is a fixer. His dad is the mob boss who can fix anything. So Royce says something like, well, we can fix this, right? How can we fix this? As his dad is like almost dead right in front of him. It's like, we can still fix this, right? It was heartbreaking. It really was. He's so naive and innocent. No, there's no fixing this.
Yeah, he's not.
So
He's not built for this. They talk about people
no,
being built for it. He's not.
he's not. He is not built for this. Saxton told him. Saxton has said in this season that one day Royce, this guy, was gonna take over for him, take over the operation. I don't think so. Um, he's a sweet guy, and some people are just not built for this life. If anything, his daughter Genesis is the one who should be taking over, not Royce. Um,
Yeah.
Genesis has what it takes, but there's a lot of sexism going on because, you know, uh, Genesis is a woman, and unfortunately, there's all this prejudice against women, and so back then, this is 1972, so he's gonna leave his operation to Royce, and Royce is just not up to the task. It's just there's no other way around it.
Maybe that
It's
can be
heartbreaking.
like a
Mhm.
secondary plot thread in season 2. The power struggle between Royce and Genesis for the organization.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I could see that. Yeah, like, maybe Royce will try to fight it, and who knows? But yeah, I think he's just not gonna be able to hack it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. Who's gonna take over? Even Nina is shedding a tear. Even though this is he's got like snot dripping from his nose. Oh my God, he's ugly crying. Um, um, and Nina is full of compassion and empathy. So I don't think she's crying for Saxton. This is the man who killed her father, but she feels sympathy for Royce, just as a human being losing his father. She knows what that's like to lose her father, in a tragic way. So she feels for him. That just shows a lot about her character. Speaks a lot to what a good person she is. Uh, she's comforting him as Saxton dies, and then the camera pans up in this really dramatic shot, just Saxton taken out. Like wow, I was really surprised that he actually got taken out. That's a major death, to kill off the mob kingpin played by the great Keith David. I'll miss his character. I really will in season 2 if they get one, hopefully. I mean, what a shame!
Yeah.
Like, what a loss to the show. I think the show will be a bit poorer without him in it. Frankly, just what an incredibly talented actor, and what a presence on the show. Really interesting, that whole mystery of what really happened to Joey and what his role in it was. It was interesting, but there's a much bigger conspiracy going on, and we know that now. So it's bigger than Saxton. This show is really turning out to be a true J.J. Abrams mystery box, where you think it's about one thing, you think it's just a mystery related to did Saxton kill Joey or not? But then the camera kind of pulls back and widens, and here the camera is panning back, and it's kind of like a metaphor for what's happening with the show now. The mystery, the camera is pulling back and revealing, oh, there's a whole bigger picture to this now. There's a bigger mystery, a broader mystery, way beyond did Saxton kill Joey or not. There's this whole conspiracy that goes all the way up as high as Nixon and the CIA, the FBI. Joey, his death was faked, and he's Xavier. It's so much bigger than just this. So I think that's why they could kill off Saxton now. They didn't need to keep him. Like, this part of the mystery is over. We know now what happened. Joey's alive. So it's irrelevant now. Saxton didn't, nobody killed Joey. He's alive. Saxton helped him get away. So this is the end of Saxton's part of the story. But yeah, what a loss for the show, though. Uh, Back to the bar, we have Wade, and it's past that time when he was supposed to have heard from Jim, and he hasn't. So he's about ready to shoot Genesis. It's getting close, and then just in the nick of time, Jim shows up at the bar. And he shows up and he's looking dejected. He's got blood all over him. They know something's seriously wrong, of course, and he delivers the news about that no, it's not Royce. It was Saxton. Um, so he's got to deliver that news to her. Then this is a scene with the union ladies watching Bob Temple, the union president, on TV, announcing new provisions for women, all the stuff that they were asking for the women truckers. They got what they wanted, including health benefits, all kinds of things that they wanted, and so they're celebrating. The blackmail worked. The dirty pictures of Bob Temple, uh, that Izzy brought to Bob Temple, it worked. He gave them what they wanted. They're celebrating, um, and then Jim shows up. She goes over to talk to him, and he says that he's got to go away now. He's got to go away for a while. He says, "My life is just too dangerous." He's doing this to try to protect their daughter Luna, and she says, she drops a bomb on him that I was not expecting. Frankly, it was a bit too soapy for me, but and unnecessary to the plot, but it is what it is. She says, you can't go. She said her boyfriend is not just her boyfriend, he's also her oncologist, meaning she has some kind of cancer, and it's really bad. She's about to go into treatment, and so she says, I need you, Luna's going to need you here. Um, he wells up with tears immediately. You can see the emotion. Josh Holloway is an incredible actor. You can see the range that he has. He's not just a pretty face with a great grin, beautiful grin, and all that, the flowing hair. He's an amazing actor. He
T-
really
tell
is.
us, tell us how you really feel.
I'm just saying, he's an amazing actor. He's not just a pretty face. Um, and he shows that here. His acting chops. You see his eyes well up with tears in real time as he's like in denial about it, and then it's hitting him that this is real, and um, and so he doesn't say much, but it sounds like he's agreeing to stay and not go anywhere. I don't really understand that because it, Greek Sal's guys are going to be after him still. They're going to, I mean, Greek Sal's guys they want him dead. And that's why he was going to go away to protect Luna. Why does she need him around if she's got her boyfriend who wants to be a father figure to Luna? He constantly tries to, suck up to her, buying her fireworks and making sure she got back into camp after she got in trouble. He seems to really care for Luna, and he doesn't have the baggage of having a mob boss after him. So I don't really get it. Like, yes, she loves her father. She doesn't know that's her father. She thinks Jim is her uncle. She loves him and they have a great relationship, but Jim is too dangerous to be around right now. So I don't know. I think that it's kind of foolish for her to want to keep him there under those circumstances. I mean, he hasn't told her all the details, but come on, like she lets him get, she lets Luna get way too close to all that dangerous stuff, if you ask me. Um, they have a tender moment. He puts his hand on her face. I mean, there are obviously latent feelings there from whenever it was that they conceived Luna in the first place. It seems to me that the only reason they're not together is because of his dangerous mob uh, lifestyle. That's the only reason. And yet she lets her kid ride around in his duster going on mob errands. So that's kind of a contradiction. But regardless, uh, she goes back to her party, and that's the end of that. Um, and look at this. Look at the tears in his eyes. Incredible acting. He's always been an amazing actor, including on Lost. Some really heartbreaking scenes on Lost. Crying over the death of Juliet, for example. He does a fantastic job. So I really hope this series gets renewed for another season. It deserves that much. It really does. Now, this scene, I actually see. I redid it with captions so that I could remember exactly what was said because this is really important. All right. Um, Nina goes to her boss and she tries to resign now. She's done with this case, but they won't accept her resignation. Says, "You're not resigning." She's like, "I got what I came for and now I'm going home." Uh, I mean, did she really get what she came for? She didn't take down Saxton, so I don't really get why she feels like she got what she came for, but okay. Um, he says, "What I'm about to tell you is top secret. You were right." So this
Oh,
is the
he's
huh?
talking to you. He's talking to you, Julie.
You were right about the conspiracy. Yes. She's like, "Excuse me, what?" Yeah, he's like, "You were right." Every time I brought it up, she says, uh, he says, "We've known about this tumult in the field office for over a year, but I've been working with the task force that forbade me from telling you about this till just now." So there's a top secret task force, and he wasn't allowed to tell her about it. He knows that there are FBI agents that are dirty in there, like Grant was. She's and she says, like, "Well, it would have really helped if you had told me." Um, he apologizes for not filling her in and any of the antagonism she had to deal with in the office. She definitely had a lot of that bullying, sexism, and all that stuff. And he says the offending parties didn't reveal themselves until you arrived. Um, So she's like, "You're welcome." And then there's more. This conspiracy leads all the way back to DC and to Xavier. She's like, "Yeah." She says, "Yeah, I know," and to Xavier. He's asking, "How do you know about Xavier?" And she says, "Because Breen left a tape before he completely lost his mind. He was on to Xavier." So that's where that's the tape that said, "Expose Xavier and his network. Uh, until then, trust no one." That's what Breen said. So she knows about Xavier, that he was somehow involved with the Russians. Because the Russians also brought up Xavier in that meeting with Saxton that Jim was listening in on. So she knows, she doesn't know everything. She's like, somehow that guy was involved with the Russians, with Saxton, with Howard Hughes, because Hughes was going to deliver that recording of Nixon to Xavier, and Saxton delivered that to Hughes. So she just couldn't connect all the dots. She said he was the one loose end we just couldn't connect. And he's like, "Well, I can connect that for you if you agree to stay." So so then the scene cuts there and we don't hear the rest of it. So he says he can connect that for her. Now, personally, I love that they revealed this theory. I love this twist. I think it's fantastic. I just think that they should have done it in a more impactful way, a more dramatic way. I felt like it was tacked on to the end of this episode, especially in this next scene right here. Because Nina shows up, like everything is all rosy now. She and Jim are hanging out, and she's wearing like, this like sexy little outfit, not her regular clothes. They're watching a sunset in front of the duster, and you think that everything is over now and nothing more is going to happen. Nothing more is going to come of the Joey Xavier thing. I was thinking my theory, like our theory, was just dead in the water. Like, my part of it, your part of it, our theory together. I was like, well, I guess that's that, because the episode was almost over. And all of a sudden, she's like, "The field office rejected my resignation. They said, you're uniquely qualified to help us on a top secret task force on a crucial investigation." And she accepted on one condition, that she be debriefed. She said, "Xavier is a national threat. They want me to find him." He says, "Xavier, that guy's a ghost." This is where, when he said that guy's a ghost, this is where I thought, wait a minute, our theory's not dead in the water. That guy's a ghost. That's a clue that Xavier is Joey. Joey is supposed to be dead. Xavier is like a ghost, the ghost of Joey. He's like the new version of Joey, and Joey's not really dead. As soon as he said that guy's a ghost, I was like, oh my God, this is it. And then she says it. That guy's your brother. Joey's alive, and Saxton helped him disappear. She just drops that truth bomb. Just drops
Boom.
that. Like, what the hell? Your brother. That guy's your brother. Joey's alive, and Saxton helped him disappear. So that was the big reveal. I wish they had done it in a more impactful way, but I was psyched that they actually pulled off this twist that we predicted at episode 5 a few weeks ago. I think it's a great twist, and it makes things much more interesting than just who killed Joey. No, Joey's alive and he's Xavier. It's fantastic. I think this is going to be an amazing plot line heading into season 2. Hopefully, if they do get renewed. Um,
Joey
now that being
Xavier theory confirmed.
confirmed, amazing. Our first time uh, making a theory, creating a theory together, and I just can't believe it.
That was
I,
so cool. Our first time was really great.
yeah, it was. It
It
was really great.
bodes
So
well for the future, you know.
it it definitely bodes well for the future, 100%. Um, I just I was thrilled with that. Uh, I was so excited when I was watching this. I was like, and she spit that out. I was like, I was yelling. I was yelling like an idiot. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I can't believe it! Oh, it's really true. He's Joey. He's Joey. I knew it. I knew it. Like
Hmm.
yelling like an absolute idiot. Um,
Yeah,
and
I remember.
you remember,
Yeah.
I couldn't help but I couldn't help but be excited. I mean, I didn't expect I didn't expect to be able to predict anything in this show. I've never even watched a show like this before. Um, I've never watched much mob stuff at all. So I felt out of my depth covering this show at first. Like I just I didn't know how well I was going to be able to do it um and I didn't, I just I don't know. I figured, well, this is not going to be that deep of a show anyway to have, to be able to theory craft on. And I love theory crafting. So I was so psyched when we did that episode 5 live stream. And I was like, oh my God, I finally have inspiration for a theory for this show. And I was not expecting to be theory crafting off of Duster. I didn't think it was going to be that kind of show. So I was so psyched, like when we came up with that together and got that spontaneous brainstorm and just hit the ground running with it. And each episode, we just collected more clues and assembled them together. So yeah, I'm psyched about that, and it's fun. It's fun, like it's that satisfying feeling when you're putting the pieces of a puzzle together. Everyone loves that feeling to be able to actually do it and complete the puzzle, figure it out. Uh, it's awesome. So I I'll look forward to seeing if the rest of our theory turns out to be true, if there's mind control experimentation involved with Xavier, if he's involved in some kind of MK Ultra situation, if he was involved in that. Um, that's part of my theory video. If anybody hasn't checked it out, the link to that is in the description of this video. You can check out the whole theory. And um, yeah, that would be so that yeah, I would really look forward to seeing where it's going to go. And my quibble with the reveal of this, I will say, God, what a gorgeously lit scene! This is absolutely stunning. They shot this at like golden hour or like maybe not even golden hour, a beautiful sunset, beautifully lit. I did feel like this didn't pack the emotional punch it maybe should have. Um, and it's not any discredit to the actors. I feel like I know that they wrote it this way, that they wrote it so that Jim was not that emotional over it for some reason. They wrote and directed it this way. Whereas you saw the scene with Jim and Izzy revealing her cancer diagnosis. He immediately teared up over that. And then he finds out his brother Joey is alive and you know, he looks like shocked and yet I don't see that much emotion. This dude's been driving around in his brother's Duster for years with his brother's dog tags from Vietnam around the mirror. His whole mission this season was to find out the truth about how his brother died, and I don't know why they wrote it and directed it this way so that he wasn't more stunned and emotional when she revealed it. The whole tone of this scene was off. The music in the background was not dramatic, it was too chill. The vibe was too chill. They're hanging out, drinking together at sunset in front of their cars. And I think that you're right, Carl, that I wouldn't be surprised if this is because HBO shortened this season and they had to tack on this reveal at the end hastily. I think that's probably what happened.
Yeah, I feel like
So
we had 2 more episodes, we would have got, a more dramatic reveal and possibly the face of, Joey and or Xavier, which obviously the same person, but you know what I mean.
yeah, yeah, I think yeah, so I think that they may have cut this short like they did to House of the Dragon. I wouldn't be surprised because this just either that or they're worried that that they're gonna get canceled and they wanted to at least reveal that. But I don't know. Regardless, I'm happy with this reveal. I'm happy with it. I think it's an amazing twist, much more interesting than just, did Saxton kill Joey or not? And so I'm psyched to see where they're going to take it in season 2. Hopefully we get it. And anyway, there's one more scene. They see they so look how they go from that dramatic reveal to just kind of smiling. She says, I can't do this without you, by the way. She says, I can't do this without you. Meaning she's joining this task force and she needs his help to find Xavier, who is a national threat, and they want to uncover him and everybody else involved in this conspiracy. And he just kind of sighs and takes a drink of the alcohol and smiles. And it sounds like a tacit agreement. It seems like a tacit agreement that yes, he's going to work with her. We can pretty much assume that they're going to work together to look for Joey and uncover him. Uh, is he going to want to take down his own brother though? I think that's going to pose some problems next season. So beautiful shot there with the sunset. That's the end of that scene, and we have one last scene down in Mexico where we never really heard or enough about Mad Raul, this really terrifying Mexican gangster who Jim almost went to work for when he was gonna run away from Nina early in the season. He was gonna run away so that he wouldn't have to work with her against Saxton and she wouldn't have him arrested for trafficking that organ across state lines. He was gonna work for Mad Raul and he signed his name in blood, but oddly enough, he got out of that unscathed. He went up against Mad Raul's guy, the Blade, and made a deal with him. Gave Howard Hughes' car to the Blade, and Mad Raul let him out of his deal. However, we're not done with Mad Raul because some guy showed up to that area somehow, in all the chaos with that fight scene. He got his hands on that recording of Nixon. And the dude working for Mad Raul says, so no one saw you take this? The guy says, if they did, they're dead. There it is. And they play it. The guy's like, Sal never checked what this was. This dude says he didn't care. He just wanted to settle the score with Ellis. Again, Greek Sal is a dumbass. What does this mean, Carl?
Hmm.
What does this phrase mean on the screen here?
Pinchi, what is it? Banquito?
Yeah,
Blanquito?
yeah. What is,
Like fucking white boy or something.
whoa, that's what that means?
Yeah, because Blanquito, like Blanco, and then you add the Quito as a sort of like you would say Carlos or Carlito,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So
Um,
I think he's referring to Josh in that instance.
yeah.
Hmm.
Um, well, yeah, so that's hilarious. So I knew you would know as a Spanish speaker. So that word means fucking, the first
Yeah,
word.
it's sort of it has multiple meanings, but yeah, it's kind of like pinche way, like fucking dude, or ese pinche vato, that fucking guy, stuff like that. That's really what how it's used. Hmm.
Yeah.
Why has somebody been
So
saying you? No, right?
What did you say?
I said, has somebody been saying that word to you, and you just now are finding out what it is?
No,
Okay, good.
I was just wondering what it meant because of this is a pivotal scene in the show, and I knew it would be something funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were like, I knew he was smiling, so it was like he was making fun of somebody. So
Right.
yeah, I figured it was an insult.
Yeah.
Uh, making fun of Sal or
I,
Jim. I don't know, one of them.
I think
Because
it's Jim.
Sal is not, huh?
I said, I think it's Jim he's making fun of.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he said everyone's always trying to kill his sorry ass, Jim. That's right. Because Jim came there like running for cover before.
That's
So
right.
they play the recording, and there is Nixon's voice, of course, recreated with AI, saying, "We have to stop them. We have to stop them at all fucking costs. I need a domestic war that plays out on the nightly news, on the cover of hometown papers." And then the guy says, "That's Richard fucking Nixon." And Nixon goes on, "I need bad guys, Mexicans. I'm not even going to say that word because that's offensive, but means black people. We can take down, capture, and put away. I need public victories, and then they cut it off. Um, so this is big. This is so he's trying to drum up a war. Um,
Maybe
stop.
the war on drugs, because Nixon is the one that started that.
Oh, yeah,
hmm
maybe, yeah. Um, so like, I wonder who he's saying we have to stop. We have to stop them. Does he mean like the people investigating him, or what do you think?
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure, to be honest. I would be speculating to know exactly who he's talking to. But I mean, Nixon had a lot of enemies. He had an enemies list, so I'm not sure who he's talking about.
Yeah. So, but whatever this is supposed to be like, smoking gun, like really serious,
Yeah.
really serious. So, yeah, so worth $1 million, that kind of serious. And Howard Hughes and Saxton working together to get it, and like, this is this is a big deal, for sure. So now these doofuses have it, and so I'm like, yeah, this will be really interesting to see what happens with this. I want to meet Mad Raoul. I want to meet this crazy motherfucker, Mad Raoul, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you're signing contracts in blood. Yeah, who's this guy? Who's this character?
He's got to be a psycho. Like, the way that he's been hyped up, I think that'll be really interesting that we're gonna get to know him uh in season 2, I'm sure.
Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna look forward to that for sure. So we're losing Saxton, but maybe they could cast some other legendary actor to be Mad Raoul. That would be cool
Oh yeah, that would be cool. Maybe
because
break out James Olmos, James Olmos. Bring him out. Some.
oh, is that
hmm
who is that? What's he been in? I've never heard of him.
He's been in like American Me. He was in the new Battlestar Galactica, the remake. He was in what's that other one? Stand and Deliver. That's a famous one. But he's been in a lot of stuff. If you ever saw him, you know who I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
hmm
Well, yeah. So yeah, like they gotta do something to fill that void, that amazing void, the amazing Keith David that leaves a void in this show now, to be just gone. So yeah, hopefully we'll get to see somebody amazing playing Mad Raoul to really do justice to the hype around this guy. And yeah, like the fact that Mad Raoul is gonna have his hands on that tape is not a good thing at all.
hmm
So now, like, well, Xavier is going to have to go up against Mad Raoul's people to get it. I mean, this is going to open up all kinds of interesting plot lines, and and twists and turns, I'm sure. So then they say, so then the guy's like, we go to Mad Raoul. So here we go. He's laughing. So okay, that's the last scene. I have it a little bit out of order here, but that is the end of that one. So yeah, I'm just gonna quickly, we're at 4 hours here. I'm just gonna quickly check in with you guys one more time before we head out. Let's see. Let me just skim through here really quick. I'm not gonna read everything as much as I would love to, but I'm gonna read what I can real quick before we head out.
Yeah, you got to wrap it up.
Please hit,
Yeah.
what was that?
I was saying for sure. Yeah.
Yes. Uh, Scott, thank you so much, Scott, for the support. Appreciate you. Yes, please hit the like button. Anyone who's listening, if you haven't already, and if you're listening on the replay, please hit the like button. And hit the notification bell. I'm going to be doing interviews with at least 3 members of the Duster cast. The first one is going to be tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. Carl and I will be doing that live. You can come bring your questions. I will highlight them. It will be with Reavis Dorsey. He plays Lyle, one of the henchmen for Saxton, who survived the epic gunfight in this finale. So, really excited to talk to him. And the stream is already up. So there's that. And I'm working with the agent of um, the guy who plays Agent Grant. Let me get his. I'm trying to get his name right. What is it? Dan Tracy. My brain is fried right now from pain. Dan Tracy. Dan Tracy, who plays Agent Grant, he agreed to do an interview, so stay tuned on when that's going to be. Um, I'm hoping that we can do it live, but if he prefers to have it pre-recorded, we'll do it that way. We'll keep you posted on that. That'll be really fun to interview this sinister villain character. I love villains. It's such an interesting type of role to discuss with an actor. So that's going to be awesome. And then on July 28th, I'm going to be doing a pre-recorded press junket interview with Keith David. And that will be released as soon as I can get it out after that. So truly honored to have that opportunity. And so if you want to check out those interviews and our theory video that Carl and I collaborated on, um, that the link to that theory video is in the description of this video. And if you want to check out those interviews coming up, and make sure that your notification bell is on, like all notifications. So let's see. Um, mm, okay, I think I scrolled up a little bit too far. Samuel said we need 2 more seasons. Yeah, I agree. I think 2 more seasons would be enough. When I first started this show, I was thinking like I didn't think this concept had enough legs to go very long. And then the mystery expanded. This mystery box expanded, and now they absolutely have legs. This has legs to go beyond just 1 season. It needs to. I think 2 more seasons it would be suitable for sure. More than that, I don't know, but 2 more seasons I think would be a reasonable thing for sure. Don't you think, Carl?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. To like maybe, find Xavier next season and then figure out what the big plan is, and then season 3 stop it, stop the bad thing that's coming.
Right. Something maybe with like national security implications. I think this will this mystery box could keep expanding even bigger. That's how mystery boxes work. You realize, this mystery starts looking a lot smaller and then it expands and expands and you realize the scope is so much wider and the stakes are so much higher than it looked at the beginning. That's a classic mystery box technique. And J.J. Abrams is the showrunner. He's the one behind Lost as well, so we can pretty much expect that. So I could totally see this expanding to something with global or at least national implications and going 3 seasons. And belated good night to Doc. Sorry, I missed that earlier. Brandon rewatched The Siege. Huh. I never saw The Siege. Maybe that's another one that I need to watch. The
Yeah, that's
Siege,
another
huh?
one for your list with Denzel Washington, Annette Bening, and Bruce Willis.
Oh, Annette Bening. Wow, an old-time actress.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Aw, Doc, I love you folks. Sweet nightmares. Well, I wish I had seen this earlier, but we love you too, Doc. Um, and let's see, what else? It's free on YouTube. Oh, okay. There are a lot of movies popping up free on YouTube. Cool. Anyway,
Yeah, actually,
free.
They Live is also on YouTube right now, so you can check out Keith David in one of his iconic roles.
Yes, They Live is an amazing movie, and apparently that's free on YouTube right now too. So yeah, awesome. Can't recommend that one enough. And Keith David is in that as well. Bill said, "Greed. Pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered." What does that exactly mean? I don't know what that quote is exactly, but hmm, interesting. Um, let's see, pad thai. Well, I need something to eat, Dieter. I did eat something last night, but I'm getting hungry again now. You had to mention pad thai. Damn, I want some now. Let's see. You are awesome too, Dieter, and you deserve the best as well. And I hope everything gets better for you. Brandon said, if possible, it would be a dream to speak to Keith David. I wonder whose voice is deeper. Yeah, yeah. You've been on the panel before, Brandon. I remember. Yeah, and you were great. You were great when you called into the panel and shared your ideas. Um, yeah, I wish we could get if I could, I would have Keith David on this live stream. I totally would. I swear to you guys. But he's a big time actor and he's got a very, very busy schedule and I'm really lucky to even get anything at all. Um, so like actors of his stature just don't have time to be going around appearing on live streams and stuff like that. So they do things like press junkets, which is what I'm going to be participating in, where he will sit and do interviews all day, virtual interviews, and they'll be in small segments and most of the time press junkets are 5 minutes per journalist or per interviewer and I'm fortunate enough that they offered me 15. That's generous actually for a press junket. So I'm going to be doing a pre-recorded interview with him for 15 minutes and then I'll share it with you guys. So yeah, I'm sorry if I could I would have him on the stream with you guys. I would. I would if I could. Uh but anyone else that I can get here live, I will have live. Any other actor from this show or any other show, if they're willing to come on the stream live, then I will go with that option. And you guys can ask your questions and all that stuff. So I'll keep you posted on if any of the other Duster actors are going to be on a live stream. We're definitely going to be interviewing Dan Tracy, but I'm not sure if it's going to be live or not yet. Who plays Agent Grant again. And tonight we'll be interviewing Reavis Dorsey. So, hey, Scott's laughing at stuff. Let's see, scrolling down a bit more. Yeah, I'll definitely talk to him about season two, like what he would like to do. If he could like, yeah, I'll have to talk to him about how he could see himself in season two if he'd like to be elevated to a role like Billy. Um, he could be the new Billy. Somebody needs to take over for him, and maybe Reavis could do that. Uh, let's see. I see him taking over for Sax. Royce is weak as fuck. I'm not sure who Samuel meant by that. Genesis, the brains, and Lyle. Oh, Lyle. Yeah. Genesis, brains, and Lyle Muscle could be a power couple. Hey, yeah, yeah. Maybe I could yeah. We should mention that when he comes on the live too. Um, let's see.
Yeah, and that could be the power play against Royce.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. He looked pretty badass with that gun in his hand. That was an awesome shot that they showed of Reavis as Lyle. So
Yeah.
I think it could be potentially portending that his role is going to expand next season. They gave him quite a nice moment in the spotlight there.
Hmm.
So okay, just gotta scrolling through, catching up here. Royce cries over steak and potatoes. What kind of man cries over being served his favorite breakfast? Yeah, he did cry over that. I forgot about that. Jeez. Brandon said the walk is amazing because you have 100 people that have to walk 24/7 until there's only one, no breaks. That's horrible. They have an army to pass food and water, but you can't go below a certain speed. Jeez. Every character is fleshed out, but the broadcaster is the false media person. Well, it's horrible. Oh. I didn't know what the concept of it. Thanks, Dieter. Uh, you know, great job, Julie and Carl. That deserves some bad tie with the theory. Well, thanks, Dieter. Everybody here is fucking smart. I'm surrounded by smart people all the time in the chat and on the panel, and I love how we come up with these awesome ideas when we put our heads together. Uh, Carl is fucking smart as hell, and like I don't think I would have that idea wouldn't have been sparked if we hadn't been bouncing ideas off each other like that. So that was a team effort.
Well,
Uh,
thank you for saying that. But you're the true genius on the deep dives, that's for sure, and everybody in the chat knows it.
ah, please, I'm no genius, or no, I'm no smarter than anybody else here. But so thank you. Um, let's see. I'm just gonna scroll through here quickly. Uh, Thanks, Dieter. Applause for Julie, Carl, and the chat. Yes, we appreciate everybody in the chat and everybody listening on the replay. Thank you in advance. Thanks, thanks, Dieter. She wants to send me pad thai. Uh, no, Dieter, we don't have to ask Keith David to join the live. Um, okay. Anyway, yeah, let's not make any more face jokes. I was thinking about that uh regarding Keith. Said I'm super hyped for the long walk. Yes, that's I've heard a lot of good things about that, but the concept sounds brutal. Imagine that this actor stays like Doug every week. Well, Revis is really excited to come on the live. He's psyched to do this. He's going to promote it on his Instagram too. So yeah, please bring questions for him, and I'll highlight them. I know it would be awesome for him. Let's make him feel welcome. Uh, no, that's great. That's great, Dieter. Yeah, that would be awesome if you come visit next year. Glad things are going well, better for you today. I'm so glad to hear that. Uh, oh, thank you for the kind words. I'm no genius. Anyway, it is time to wrap this up now for real. Um, I have loved covering the show. Um, but the awesome thing about it is I thought this was going to be the very last thing we did for the show, but now we've got interviews coming up, and I never expected that. So there's more Duster coverage still coming. Um, which is great. I'll really miss it. I've thoroughly enjoyed uh covering this show, and it's the first show that I've ever gotten to cover with you, Carl, and it's just been an absolute blast. Can't wait for the next one, which will be the Institute starting next week.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, and yeah, we gotta wrap up a couple more interviews. Hopefully, even more than a couple more. We'll see. But yeah, it's been great.
Yeah. I hate to see it end. I only wish we could have started covering this from week one. We got a late start. We started by covering episodes 1 through 3 all at once, because we were busy finishing up with The Last of Us, and it would have been a much better use of our time to just switch to this, as it turns out, but it's okay. Um, I enjoyed covering The Last of Us. I really loved doing those live streams because this community and the panels that we had here always made it fun, regardless of the lousy subject matter. But yeah, I only wish we could have done this from week one with episode one of Duster and kept it going longer because it's been so much fun. But we have interviews coming up, and tonight will be the interview with Reavis Dorsey at 10 p.m. Eastern. This is his Instagram page for anybody who wants to look him up. And yeah, bring questions for him or whatever questions you happen to think of when you're there. I'll highlight them. And it won't be a long live. However long he'd like to stay. I don't know. It could be an hour. So yeah, just keep that in mind. It won't be my usual really long live. So if you want to check it out, try to make it on time. We will be starting on time at 10 p.m. Eastern for real. Not gonna keep him waiting. So yes, The Last of Us season one was mid, season two was bad. I agree, Samuel. Have to agree. I think Duster was amazing. I would give it like an 8 out of 10 as a whole for the season if I had to rate it. Uh, what about you, Carl? What do you think? Last thoughts on Duster as a whole for the season?
Oh, as a rating?
Yeah, as a rating or just any final thoughts on what you felt about the show?
Well, I think it's like there were some things that we wanted to be done better or whatever. So I'll give it a 8.5. But I'm looking forward to, if they get a second season, to obviously seeing finally Xavier slash Joey, and then seeing what Howard Hughes and what he's talking about, like this is the greatest this or that, or this is an epic thing that we're trying to do that we need to finish. I want to see where it goes, where the story goes, because I want to see what the important thing is. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing some more of that. And I'm sure we'll probably still get a little bit of Keith David. Maybe we could get some flashbacks and find out what he was, how he was, how he worked with Xavier previously or something like that. We could still have some more Keith David next season.
That's a great point. We could get more Keith David in flashbacks because there's a lot of mystery still regarding his dealings with Xavier and how he helped fake Joey's death. Maybe we could get some flashbacks showing us a bit of what happened back then. Even if it's AI, youngified Keith David, you know, it, anything would be cool. So that could happen. And I really want to see more about Xavier, this this conspiracy going on, how it connects to Nixon, um, if MK Ultra or some similar type of project is involved, whether they used it to brainwash Joey. There are, it's not completely confirmed, but there are reports that MK Ultra was trying to, in some cases, create alters, cause people to dissociate, so traumatize the test subjects so much that they would dissociate into multiple personalities, which could then be dispersed, um, utilized and weaponized as a tool. They could be sent on missions and have different identities, not remember anything while they were on that mission. So they could have done something like that to Joey. Um, so it'll be interesting to see if that book, The Terminal Man by Michael Crichton, being featured in the show, if that really was a hint that there's some sort of mind control experiment going on with the CIA regarding Joey. Why exactly the government covered up his death like that? That to me suggests something shady was going on. The government did not want the truth to come out. They falsified the police report. Um, they, you know, they tried to take out, I mean, there are corrupt elements of it, tried to take out Nina for digging into that. So, yeah, there's a lot still for them to explain, and I do wish they would have revealed Xavier in the flesh by the end of the season. Like, it would have been an amazing thing if we found out instead of exposition, what basically we got to reveal through exposition. Joey is, you know, Joey's alive. Xavier, he's your brother. Joey, he's alive. It would have been amazing if it had played out the way we imagined it when we conceived of the theory. Like, they could reveal it as Jim, you know, basically coming face to face with Joey and trying to
Hmm.
address him, and he would be like, "Who are you?" Uh, he would
Right.
be like a different person.
Like
He would look,
Xavier could be like, "Who's Joey?" And then Xavier is Joey.
yeah. That would have been a much more dramatic and impactful reveal for that bombshell. I wish the show had gone that route, and unfortunately, that they only had one shot to do that reveal, and they kinda, you know, uh, blew it in my opinion, in the execution of it. The the twist itself is fantastic, and I think they'll there will be amazing twists and turns to come, but that particular reveal, they kinda botched it a bit. They only had one shot, and that was it, unfortunately, but regardless, uh, regardless of those nitpicks, I loved the show, enjoyed it way more than I ever expected, and really hope that they get renewed. And I'm really looking forward to doing these interviews with the awesome cast members. Honored to have the opportunity, and I'll keep everybody posted on when I hear from Dan Tracy on whether it's going to be a live stream or pre-recorded. So if it's live, you'll be able to ask questions, and if anyone else reaches out to me with an interview offer, the people that I've been in contact with, I will let everybody know. And in the meantime, please check out my theory video that I created based on the theory I collaborated with Carl on. It's in the description of this video, and it also pertains to aspects that have not been confirmed yet. So aspects of the theory like the MK Ultra possibility and all of that. So
Mhm.
check that out,
I
and
dropped
check
the
out
link
our
in the.
interview tonight.
Yeah,
Sorry, what?
gonna say I dropped the link in the chat as well.
Oh, okay. You did. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, and our interview tonight will be at 10 p.m. Eastern, and we will actually be on time. It won't be a long one. So if you'd like to be there, try to make it at 10. Then our next live after that will be on Wednesday night for From. Stay tuned on details of exactly what we're going to be doing. It could be either a From theory discussion, or possibly we'll have Doug Hughes on again for our ongoing series with him. I will let you know when I know for sure on that. If we do that, it'll be around 10 p.m. Eastern time, or no, sorry, 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. And Friday night will be FROMacademy with Doc. As of now, the subject this week, the schedule is subject to change. If more of the actors from Duster want to do interviews, I may need to move some things around. But for now, From Academy will be going on Friday night, 12:30 a.m. Eastern time. We're going to go over all the theories from people who submitted them in our Discord and people in the chat. We'll go over the theories about the nightmare creatures and finally wrap up that theme. If anything changes, though, I'll let you know on that. Um, thanks, Dieter. We'll see you then. Awesome, and thank you for everything that you do. Truly appreciate all your help and support, and everybody else as well. Scott, thank you so much for the support, and everybody in the chat. Thank you for the participation, the great discussion. Thank you, Carl, for being an amazing collaborator and co-host for this show and helping me craft this theory of ours that actually paid off. It's so much fun.
Thank you, Julie, for creating such a great channel and being so such a soldier with everything that you deal with. Thank you so much.
Oh, that means a lot. Well, okay. Well, with that, I think it's time to say goodnight. Hope everybody has a great day or a great night. And and yeah, check out I'm gonna put the link in the description of the video for the interview tonight um with Reavis Dorsey, who plays Lyle on Duster. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So everybody enjoy your day or night. Thank you to everybody listening on the replay as well. Always appreciate you guys. And we will see you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't